Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗀𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗃 on Wattpad. Now, let's start. The antiseptic smell of the hospital corridor filled Izuku Midoriya's nostrils as he swung his little legs back and forth, clutching his all-might action figure. At 4 years old, with a mop of unruly green hair and wide emerald eyes that sparkled with anticipation, he could barely contain his excitement. Today was the day he would discover his quirk. Beside him sat his mother, Izuku Midoriya. Despite her slim figure and gentle beauty traits she'd passed down to her son along with her green hair and eyes, her face was etched with subtle worry. She fidgeted with her purse strap, a nervous habit she developed over the years. The door to the examination room swung open with a soft whoosh, and a doctor stepped into the hallway, clipboard in hand. "Mrs. Midoriya, we're ready for you now," the doctor announced with a professional smile. Izuku practically leaped off his chair, his all-might figure raised high. It's time. Izuku stood, smoothing down her skirt before taking her son's hand. "Yes, sweetie. Let's go find out what makes you special." Inside the examination room, the doctor introduced herself with a warm smile. "I'm Dr. Nakamura. And you must be Izuku Midoriya." Izuku nodded enthusiastically, his head bobbing up and down so rapidly it looked like it might detach from his shoulders. "Are you ready to find out what your quirk is?" Dr. Nakamura asked, her tone gentle yet engaging. "Yes." Izuku practically shouted, bouncing on his toes. "I've waited forever and ever. I want to be a hero just like All Might. The greatest hero in the whole wide world." Dr. Nakamura chuckled at his enthusiasm. "Well, you're certainly passionate. That's a good trait for a hero." She gestured for Izuku to sit on the examination table. "Usually we'd need to run some tests, take BLD samples, and so forth. But actually, I have a special quirk called appraisal that allows me to see certain information about a person's height, age, physical capabilities, and yes, their quirk." Izuku's eyes widened slightly. "That's quite convenient for your profession." "It has its limitations," Dr. Nakamura explained. "I can't see private information or health conditions, just basic attributes and abilities. But for quirk assessment, it's quite useful." She turned her attention to Izuku, who was practically vibrating with excitement. "Now, Izuku, I'm going to activate my quirk and take a look at yours. Just sit still for a moment." Izuku froze in place, trying his hardest to be the perfect patient. Dr. Nakamura's eyes glowed with a soft blue light as she gazed at him, her head tilting slightly as if reading something invisible to others. "Interesting," she murmured, her brow furrowing. "Very interesting indeed." Izuku leaned forward, tension visible in her shoulders. "What is it? Is something wrong with his quirk?" Dr. Nakamura shook her head, the blue glow fading from her eyes. "Not wrong, just unusual. Izuku's quirk is quite powerful, but it has some unique characteristics." She pulled her chair closer, addressing both mother and son. "Izuku has what I think we should call Archikinesis. Each day, he will be able to control a different fundamental law or force of nature. For example, today he might control fire, tomorrow electricity, the next day perhaps gravity." Izuku's eyes grew impossibly wider. "I can do all those things." "One at a time, yes," Dr. Nakamura clarified. "But there's something else," she hesitated. "My appraisal shows that his quirk is currently unawakened. This suggests there's a restriction or limitation on his full potential." "What does that mean?" Izuku asked, concern evident in her voice. "It's not entirely clear," the doctor admitted. "But based on similar cases I've seen, it likely means young Izuku will need to fulfill certain conditions or undergo specific training to unlock his quirk's full capabilities. Think of it as having access to the basic version now, with premium features waiting to be unlocked." Once she turned to look directly at Izuku. "This means you'll need to work especially hard, Izuku. Each day will bring a new power to 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗃, even if just temporarily." Izuku absorbed this information, her expression a mixture of relief and renewed concern. I see. Thank you, Dr. Nakamura. Before they could rise to leave, Izuku piped up, his voice suddenly smaller but no less determined. Dr. Nakamura. Can I become a hero with this quirk? The doctor's face softened as she looked at the hopeful boy clutching his all-might figure. Yes, Izuku. With dedication and proper training, I believe you could become a very powerful hero indeed. Your quirk has tremendous potential, perhaps more than we can see right now. A smile brighter than the sun broke across Izuku's face. Then I'll train harder than anybody ever has. I'll be the best hero ever. I'm sure you will, Dr. Nakamura said, ruffling his hair. Just remember, with great power comes great responsibility. 5 As they left the hospital, Izuku skipped alongside his mother, practically floating with happiness. In the car, he couldn't stop talking about his quirk. Can I try it out when we get home? Please. Pretty please, with Katsudan on top. Inko couldn't help but laugh at her son's enthusiasm. All right, but only for a little bit. If today's power is fire, we need to be very careful, understand? I understand. I'll be super duper careful. Izuku promised, making a serious face that was adorably at odds with his excited bouncing. When they arrived home, Inko prepared to make dinner while keeping a watchful eye on her son. As she was about to light the stove, Izuku tugged at her skirt. Can I try, Mom? Can I light it? After setting some ground rules about safety, Inko nodded. Izuku concentrated, his face scrunched in determination as he pointed his small finger at the burner. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, a tiny flame flickered to life at the tip of his finger. With careful movements, he touched it to the stove, which ignited successfully. I did it, he shrieked, jumping up and down. I have fire powers. Inko clapped her hands together, her eyes glistening with pride and a hint of tears. That's wonderful, Izuku. You're already learning to control it. For the next hour, under his mother's careful supervision, Izuku practiced creating small flames, learning how to make them appear and disappear at will. By bedtime, he was exhausted but happier than he'd ever been. Tomorrow, I'll have a whole new power to learn, he murmured sleepily as Inko tucked him in. And the day after that, another one, and you'll enter them all, one by one, Inko assured him, kissing his forehead. My brave little hero. Morning came swiftly, bringing with it a new day and, as they'd learned, a new power for Izuku to discover. After breakfast, Inko drove him to preschool, her heart simultaneously full of pride and apprehension. Have a wonderful day, sweetie, she said, stopping at the entrance. Remember what we talked about, be careful with your quirk, and if you're not sure about something ask a teacher first, Izuku finished, giving her a gap-toothed smile. I know, Mom. He raced into the classroom, where his classmates were already gathering. Many of them had recently discovered their own quirks, and the room buzzed with excited chatter and occasional small demonstrations. Everyone, Izuku announced, unable to contain himself. I got my quirk. His classmates swarmed around him, firing questions from all directions. What can you do? Is it like your mom's? Show us. Show us. Izuku beamed, soaking in the attention. Yesterday I could make fire, but the doctor said my quirk changes every day, so today it's something different. He held out his hand, concentrating just as he had with the flames. Nothing happened. Frowning, he tried again, focusing harder. Still nothing. Maybe it needs to be triggered differently, he muttered to himself, trying to remember what Dr. Nakamura had said about fundamental forces. On instinct, he pointed his finger toward the ceiling and concentrated on the feeling of energy flowing through him. Suddenly, a small arc of electricity shot from his fingertip, crackling briefly before dissipating. Gasps and exclamations filled the room. Oh, lightning! That's so cool. You have 2 quirks. Izuku shook his head, excitement making his words tumble out. No, it's 1 quirk. The doctor called it Archikinesis, because every day I can control a different power. Yesterday was fire, today is electricity, and tomorrow will be something else. 3 The children crowded closer, awe in their eyes. So you have like 100 quirks in one. That's amazing, Izuku. You're gonna be the best hero ever. As the praise washed over him, a sharp laugh cut through the excitement. The crowd of children parted slightly, revealing Katsuki Bakugo leaning against a desk at the back of the classroom, his spiky blonde hair as untamed as his personality. "What's so funny, Kaken?" Izuku asked, using the nickname he'd given his friends since they were toddlers. Bakugo sneered, red eyes narrowing. "What good is a quirk that changes every day, Deku? You'll never 𝗵𝗃𝗃 or any of it if you have to start over every morning." One Izuku's smile faltered. But the doctor said it's strong. Bakugo scoffed, standing up straight now. "Look at you. You can barely make a spark. And tomorrow, you'll be back to square one with something else you can't control." A few of the children who had been praising Izuku moments before now looked uncertain. "Yeah, that would be frustrating. Having to learn a new power every day sounds exhausting. At least with my quirk, I can practice the same thing and get better." Izuku stood frozen, his excitement draining away as quickly as it had come. Why was Kaken saying these things? They were supposed to be friends. They'd promised to become heroes together. The teacher entered just then, calling the class to order, but the damage was done. As Izuku took his seat, he noticed how Bakugo smirked, basking in the attention that had shifted his way as several classmates now asked about his explosive quirk instead. Throughout the morning lessons, Izuku kept replaying Bakugo's words in his mind. Was his friend right? Would his quirk actually make it harder to become a hero? By lunchtime, doubt had crept into his heart, dimming the bright excitement of the morning. But as he sat alone with his all-might bento box, he remembered Dr. Nakamura's words. "With dedication and proper training, I believe you could become a very powerful hero indeed." Izuku straightened his shoulders and opened his notebook to a fresh page. If he had to learn a new power every day, then he'd just have to be more organized than everyone else. He'd keep notes. He'd observe patterns. He'd figure out ways to master each ability as quickly as possible. With newfound determination, he began to write at the top of the page. Day 2, Electricity Learning Points and Techniques. Little did young Izuku know that this notebook would be the first of many, and that his journey to mastering his ever-changing quirk had only just begun. The path to becoming a hero would be filled with challenges, friendships, rivalries, and discoveries about his mysterious, unawakened potential. But with each new day and each new power, Izuku Midoriya would take another step toward his dream. 2 years had passed since Izuku Midoriya discovered his quirk. Now a second grader at 6 years old, he stood in front of his bedroom mirror, adjusting his school uniform with mechanical movements. The enthusiasm that had once radiated from him like sunshine had dimmed considerably. Where most children his age would be eagerly preparing for school, excited to see friends, share stories, and learn new things, Izuku's emerald eyes held a wariness that no child so young should possess. His mother, Inko, noticed this as she prepared his breakfast. The way his small shoulders hunched slightly forward. The careful way he packed his hero analysis notebook, hiding it beneath his textbooks. The forced smile he put on when she looked his way. "Izuku, sweetie," she called from the kitchen. "Your omelet is ready." He appeared in the doorway, that manufactured smile already in place. "Thanks, Mom." As they ate together, Inko tried to engage him in conversation about heroes, usually a surefire way to bring out his natural exuberance. "Did you see the news about that water rescue yesterday? The new hero, Selkie, made quite an impression." Izuku nodded, picking at his food. His hydrodynamic adaptation quirk is perfect for maritime operations. The analysis was spot on as always, but delivered with none of his usual excitement. Inko's heart clenched. This wasn't the boy who used to bound around the apartment, all-might action figure held high, declaring he would save everyone with a smile. Something had changed, and though she had her suspicions, Izuku had always deflected her gentle probing. "What law do you have today?" she asked, trying another angle. Izuku closed his eyes briefly, focusing inward. "Gravity, I think. I can feel it. It's like the pull of the earth is listening to me." "That sounds useful," Inko offered encouragingly. A flicker of genuine interest crossed his face. "It is pretty rare. I've only had it 3 times before." Then, as if catching himself getting excited, his expression shuddered again. But I haven't practiced much with it. Too soon, breakfast was over. Inko watched as Izuku packed his lunch into his all-might backpack, one of the few outward signs of his hero worship that remained. At the door, she bent to kiss his forehead. Have a wonderful day, Izuku. Remember, I'm just a phone call away if you need anything. I know, Mom, he replied softly. See you after school. As the door closed behind him, Inko stood alone in the entryway, her hand pressed against the wood. Something was very wrong with her son, and her maternal instinct screamed that it had been wrong for far too long. Not today, she whispered to herself. Today I'm going to find out what's happening to my baby. 𝗲𝗪𝗓 Elementary School bustled with activity as children filed into classrooms, chattering and laughing. Izuku kept his head down as he navigated the hallways, expertly avoiding eye contact with classmates who once upon a time had been friendly. Now, most barely acknowledged his existence. It hadn't always been this way. When they were 4, in kindergarten, Izuku had been just another kid in the class, perhaps a bit more hero-obsessed than others, but generally well-liked. Then quirks had manifested, and everything changed. Izuku slid into his seat near the back of the classroom, taking out his notebook and pencil case with practiced efficiency. A few students glanced his way, only to quickly look elsewhere when their eyes met. The invisible barrier around him was almost palpable, a social quarantine zone established and enforced by one person, Katsuki Bakugo. As if summoned by the thought, Bakugo entered the classroom, flanked by 2 admiring classmates. His spiky ash-blonde hair and perpetual scowl had become even more pronounced over the years, matched by the growing power of his explosion quirk. Hey, did you see how high I could jump with my new super moves? Bakugo was saying loudly, demonstrating with explosive hand gestures. I'm gonna be the #1 hero for sure. His followers nodded enthusiastically, hanging on every word. Bakugo's gaze swept the classroom in a daily ritual of 𝗵𝗃𝗃, pausing briefly when it landed on Izuku. His crimson eyes narrowed, and Izuku looked down at his desk, heart rate quickening. The teacher arrived, calling the class to order, and the morning proceeded like any other. Lessons, exercises, the routine of elementary education flowing around Izuku like water around a stone. He participated when called upon, his answers always correct but delivered quietly, without drawing attention. During group work, he found himself alone more often than not, the other children having learned that associating with Deku meant potentially facing Bakugo's wrath. At lunch, Izuku sat by himself in a corner of the cafeteria, his all-might bento box open before him. He ate methodically while reading his hero analysis notebook, adding notes about 𝗬𝗪𝗏's recent rescue mission based on what he'd seen on the news. The familiar act of analysis brought him a small measure of comfort. Still scribbling in that stupid notebook, Deku. Izuku's hand froze mid-sentence. He hadn't noticed Bakugo approaching, too absorbed in his writing. Slowly, he closed the notebook, sliding it partially under his lunchbox. It's just notes, Kaken, he said softly. Bakugo snorted, planting his hands on the table and leaning forward. Notes won't help someone with a useless quirk like yours. What is it today? Something pathetic again. Izuku remained silent, eyes fixed on his half-eaten lunch. I asked you a question, Deku. Bakugo's palm sparked with a small warning explosion. Gravity, Izuku finally answered, the word barely audible. For a moment, genuine surprise flashed across Bakugo's face. Gravity control was objectively powerful, the kind of quirk pro-heroes would value. But the surprise quickly morphed back into contempt. And by tomorrow it'll be gone, replaced by something else you can barely use, Bakugo sneered. That's why you'll never be a hero. You're just a jack of all trades, a master of none. The word stung with practiced precision, hitting insecurities Izuku had been nursing for years. Each day brought a new power, yes, but also a new learning curve. Just when he started to understand one law, it would slip away, replaced by another. The constant starting over was exhausting, demoralizing. Heroes need reliability, Bakugo continued, clearly enjoying the impact of his words. What good is a rescue hero who doesn't know what their quirk will do that day? You're just a liability. One before Izuku could respond, not that he had any response prepared, the bell rang, signaling the end of lunch party. Bakugo straightened, his mission of daily humiliation accomplished, and sauntered away with a dismissive wave. See you after school, Deku. Maybe I'll help you practice your gravity quirk. Help you fall faster. The threat lingered in the air as Izuku packed up his things. It wasn't the first such threat, and experience had taught him it wouldn't be the last. The rest of the afternoon passed in a blur of lessons and quiet anxiety, the clock hands moving inexorably toward the final bell. When it finally rang, Izuku packed his bag slowly, deliberately, hoping to be among the last to leave. It was a strategy that sometimes worked. If Bakugo got tired of waiting, he might go home without his daily training session, as he mockingly called these after-school beatings. Today, however, luck wasn't on Izuku's side. Just as he thought he might escape unnoticed, a hand slammed down on his desk. "Where do you think you're going, Deku?" Izuku looked up to find Bakugo standing over him, the classroom now empty except for the two of them. The teacher had left minutes ago, hurrying off to a meeting without a backward glance. "Home," Izuku replied simply, rising from his seat. "I have homework." "Not yet, you don't," Bakugo growled, shoving Izuku hard enough that he stumbled backward, colliding with the wall. "First, you show me this gravity quirk. I want to see what's so special about it." For a brief, fleeting moment, Izuku considered using his quirk defensively. With gravity manipulation, he could potentially push Bakugo away or lessen the impact of his explosions. But years of conditioning had taught him that fighting back only made things worse. Besides, gravity was one of the rarer laws in his rotation. He'd only had it 3 times before, and each time he'd barely scratched the surface of what might be possible. "It's not that impressive," Izuku said, trying to edge toward the door. "I can just make things a little lighter or heavier." Bakugo wasn't satisfied with this answer. His palm crackled with small explosions as he advanced. "Then make my fist lighter when I do this." The punch caught Izuku in the shoulder, spinning him around. Years of these sessions had indeed built up a certain resilience, physical and emotional, but it didn't make the pain any less real. Bakugo followed up with a series of smaller explosions, not enough to cause serious injury but more than sufficient to leave marks and bruises. "Fight back," Bakugo demanded, frustration evident in his voice. "Use your stupid gravity." But Izuku just curled inward, protecting his vital areas as he'd learned to do. This seemed to enrage Bakugo further. "This is why you're Deku. Useless Deku. All that potential and you waste it being a coward." The assault continued for what felt like an eternity but was probably only a minute or two. By the end, Izuku was on the floor, small burns marking his uniform where Bakugo's explosions had made contact. Nothing serious. Bakugo was always careful to keep the damage below what might prompt official intervention, but enough to hurt, enough to humiliate. Satisfied that his point had been made, Bakugo turned to leave, pausing at the classroom doorway. His silhouette, backlit by the hallway lights, looked imposing and dark, nothing like the smiling heroes they both admired. "I know what would make me stop bullying you," Bakugo said, his voice cold and flat. "Why don't you take a swan dive off the roof and wish for a more useful quirk in your next life?" The words hung in the air like a physical presence, terrible and poisonous. Something snapped inside Izuku. Years of torment, of bottled fear and resentment, of wondering why his childhood friend had turned into his worst nightmare, it all crystallized in that single, horrible moment. A white-hot rage flooded through him, unlike anything he'd ever experienced. Before he fully realized what he was doing, Izuku was on his feet. His hand shot forward, and with it came the full force of his gravity manipulation, no longer held back by hesitation or fear. The effect was immediate and dramatic. Bakugo, still standing in the doorway with his back turned, was suddenly slammed to the floor as if struck by an invisible anvil. The wooden planks beneath him creaked ominously under the pressure. "What the?" Bakugo gasped, trying to push himself up but finding his body weighed down by an impossible force. Izuku stepped forward, his green eyes blazing with an intensity that would have shocked anyone who knew him. The gravity increased with each step, pressing Bakugo harder against the floor until the wood began to splinter beneath him. "Take it back," Izuku whispered, his voice barely recognizable even to himself. Bakugo's eyes widened in genuine shock and, for the first time in their long history, fear. "Deku, you're going to break my bones," he managed to gasp out, the pressure on his chest making it difficult to breathe. The words penetrated the haze of Izuku's rage, and horror replaced anger as he realized what he was doing. This wasn't defense, this was vengeance. This wasn't heroism, this was the path to villainy. "I'm not like you," Izuku said, more to himself than to Bakugo. With supreme effort, he released his quirk, the crushing gravity dissipating instantly. Without another word, Izuku grabbed his backpack and ran. Past Bakugo, who was still on the floor trying to catch his breath. Through the empty hallways of the school. Out the main entrance and into the streets, running as if demons were at his heels. In a way, they were the demons of what he had almost done, of what he had almost become. The tears came unbidden, blurring his vision as he sprinted toward home, his safe haven. By the time he reached his apartment building, his lungs were burning and his legs felt like jelly, but the physical exertion had done nothing to quiet the storm in his mind. Fumbling with his key, he let himself in, grateful that his mother wasn't home yet, probably grocery shopping, given the note she'd left on the counter. He couldn't face her right now, couldn't risk her seeing the truth of what had happened written on his face. Izuku stumbled to his room, locked the door behind him, and collapsed onto his bed, curling into a tight ball. The enormity of what had transpired crashed over him in waves of shame, fear, and confused relief. He had stood up to Bakugo. He had almost seriously hurt Bakugo. He had stopped himself from crossing a line. But he had come so terrifyingly close. The emotional maelstrom was too much: grief for the friendship lost years ago, anger at the constant torment, fear of what he was capable of, relief at finally fighting back, shame at losing control, and the deep, gnawing worry that maybe Bakugo was right. Maybe his quirk did make him unsuitable to be a hero. As these thoughts and feelings swirled and crashed against each other, Izuku's consciousness began to slip away, his mind seeking escape from the overwhelming internal chaos. His last coherent thought before darkness claimed him was a desperate plea: "I need help." When Izuku opened his eyes, he found himself floating in a vast void, darkness stretching endlessly in all directions. The silence was absolute, broken only by the sound of his own breathing. "Hello," he called out, his voice seeming to travel nowhere in the empty space. Suddenly, points of light appeared all around him. First one, then dozens, then hundreds. They moved like fireflies, trailing colorful streaks of energy as they zoomed around him in chaotic patterns. As they drew closer, Izuku realized what they were: his laws. Each light represented a different power he had wielded over the past 2 years. A red light blazed with the familiar warmth of fire. A blue one undulated like water. Yellow crackled with electricity. Purple pulsed with gravitational force. Green swirled with the power of wind. On and on they went, each color, each light, a power he had briefly commanded and then lost to the 𝗬𝗍𝗍𝗍 of his quirk. They were appealing in their way, but they moved without purpose or coordination. A visual representation of the untapped potential of his quirk, powerful but directionless. As Izuku watched, transfixed by the dance of lights, a new presence made itself known. At the center of the void, a brilliant white light began to form, growing in intensity until it took shape, a complex, circular diagram hovering in the darkness. It was a massive wheel, intricate in design, with 8 empty spaces arranged in a perfect circle around a central void. The wheel itself was composed of delicate white lines that seemed to be made of pure energy, forming a complex pattern of interlocking circles, triangles, and ancient symbols Izuku didn't recognize. Each of the 8 spaces appeared designed to hold something important, but they remained empty, waiting to be filled. At the center of the wheel was a larger empty space, surrounded by cardinal directions marked in kanji: north, south, east, and west. The entire structure pulsed gently, as if alive and breathing, its white light casting soft illumination throughout the void. Izuku approached it cautiously, drawn by an inexplicable sense of familiarity. This wheel, this diagram, it felt like it had always been a part of him, waiting to be discovered. As he drew nearer, the chaotic lights of his laws began to respond. The purple gravitational energy was the first to move, drawn to the wheel as if by magnetic attraction. It circled once, twice, then settled into one of the 8 empty spaces, its light filling the section with a soft violet glow. One by one, the other laws followed suit, fire taking its place opposite water, earth settling across from air, lightning finding its home across from what Izuku somehow knew to be sound. The final pair, light and darkness, completed the outer circle, each law fitting perfectly into its designated space. 3 with each law that found its place, the wheel grew brighter, the white lines connecting the sections pulsing with increasing energy. Yet even with all 8 laws in position, the central space remained empty, and Izuku could see that there were additional empty slots beyond the initial 8, spaces waiting for laws he had yet to discover or manifest. The completed portions of the wheel were breathtaking, a perfect balance of elemental forces arranged in harmonious opposition. But it was also clearly incomplete, a work in progress waiting for its full potential to be realized. As Izuku stared at the magnificent structure, understanding began to dawn. This wheel wasn't just a representation of his quirk, it was his quirk, the true form of Archikinesis that had been hidden from him until now. The doctor had been right about his quirk being unawakened, but wrong about what that meant. It wasn't just about limitations, it was about a greater purpose he had yet to discover. Before he could explore this revelation further, the vision began to fade. The wheel, the void, the lights, all dissolving like mist in the morning sun. Darkness claimed him once more, but this time it was the familiar darkness of sleep rather than the mysterious void of his vision. Izuku awoke with a start, disoriented to find himself lying flat on his bed rather than curled up as he remembered being before losing consciousness. The room was dimmer now, afternoon having given way to early evening while he slept. On his desk, he noticed something that hadn't been there before, a small plate with onigiri and a note in his mother's handwriting. "When you're ready, come down and we can talk." She had checked on him while he slept, had seen his exhaustion and let him rest instead of waking him. The simple act of maternal care brought fresh tears to his eyes. Izuku sat up slowly, his body aching from the confrontation with Bakugo and the emotional aftermath. He needed to wash his face, clear his head. As he stood and turned toward his bathroom, something in his peripheral vision caught his attention, a faint glow behind him. Turning back to look in his mirror, Izuku gasped. Hovering behind him, barely visible but undeniably present, was the wheel from his vision. Most of it was translucent, almost ghostly, but one section, the section corresponding to gravity, glowed with that same soft violet light he had seen in the void. Izuku spun around, half expecting to see the wheel physically present in his room, but there was nothing there. When he looked back at the mirror, however, the image remained, the wheel following his movements like an ethereal halo. "It's real," he whispered, reaching back instinctively. His fingers met no resistance, passing through the space where the wheel appeared to be, yet he could feel something. A resonance, a connection to the power that was his to command today. Understanding bloomed within him. The wheel wasn't just a vision or a dream, it was a manifestation of his quirk's true nature, now visible to him after his emotional breakthrough. And the glowing section was showing him which law was active today, a visual confirmation of what he had previously had to discover through trial and error. After washing his face, Izuku sat on the edge of his bed, processing everything that had happened. The confrontation with Bakugo, his loss of control, the vision of the wheel, and now this new development in his quirk. It was too much to handle alone. For too long he had kept his struggles to himself, bearing Bakugo's torment in silence, telling his mother everything was fine when it so clearly wasn't. That ended today. Taking a deep breath, Izuku stood and headed downstairs to where he knew his mother would be waiting. As he entered the kitchen, he found her sitting at the table, a cup of tea in front of her, her eyes lighting up with relief when she saw him. "Izuku," she said softly. "I was starting to worry." He took the seat across from her, noticing that she had already prepared dinner, keeping it warm in the oven for when he was ready. The care in this simple act nearly broke him all over again. For a moment, they sat in silence, looking at each other, a mother who sensed her child's pain, a son afraid to burden his parent with the truth. Then 𝗵𝗃 reached across the table, taking his hand in hers. "Do you want to talk about it?" she asked gently. The dam broke. 2 years of bottled emotions came pouring out as Izuku finally told his mother everything. How Bakugo had turned on him after they discovered their quirks, the daily torment he endured, how teachers either didn't notice or chose not to intervene. He told her about the nicknames, the bruises he had hidden, the burns he had explained away as training accidents. And he told her about today, the breaking point, Bakugo's horrible suggestion that he end his life, and the terrifying moment when his control had slipped and he had nearly done serious harm in return. Through it all, 𝗵𝗃 listened, her face a canvas of emotions, shock, pain, anger, and most prominently, guilt. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she realized how much her child had been suffering while she had respected his silence, waiting for him to come to her when he was ready. When Izuku finally fell silent, emotionally spent, 𝗵𝗃 moved around the table and enveloped him in a fierce hug. "I'm so sorry," she whispered, her voice breaking. "I'm so sorry, Izuku. I knew something was wrong, I could feel it, but I didn't push hard enough. I should have protected you. I should have done more." "It's not your fault, Mom," Izuku protested, clinging to her as if she were a lifeline. "I should have told you. I didn't want you to worry. And part of me was afraid that Kaken was right, that my quirk really isn't suited for heroism." 𝗵𝗃 pulled back, cupping his face in her hands, her eyes fierce despite the tears. "Listen to me, Izuku Midoriya. There is nothing wrong with your quirk. It is extraordinary, just like you. And Katsuki Bakugo has no right to make you feel otherwise." 3. She wiped away a tear from his cheek with her thumb. "What he's done to you isn't rivalry or childhood roughhousing. It's bullying, plain and simple. And it ends now." Izuku nodded, a weight lifting from his shoulders at finally having shared his burden. As they sat together, he also told her about the vision he'd had, the wheel of laws, the empty spaces waiting to be filled, and how he could now see it reflected behind him. 𝗵𝗃 listened with rapt attention, asking questions about what he had felt and seen. When he was finished, she looked thoughtful. "It sounds like your quirk is evolving, becoming more accessible to you," she said. "The doctor mentioned something about it being unawakened. Perhaps this is the beginning of whatever that means." Izuku nodded. "I think so too. It feels like I'm finally starting to understand what my quirk really is, not just what it does." They talked for hours, moving from the table to the couch, eating dinner in the living room as they continued their conversation. They discussed the vision, the wheel, and what it might mean for Izuku's development. They talked about Bakugo, about school, about the future. And as the night grew late, they made plans. 𝗵𝗃 was resolute. Things could not continue as they had been. The next day, she would contact the school, report the bullying, and demand action. If none was taken, she had an alternative ready. "We'll move," she said firmly as Izuku prepared for bed. "I've been offered a transfer at work several times, to Musutafu, actually. It would put us closer to you. High school, which I know is your dream. We can start fresh, find a school where you'll be valued for who you are, not tormented for being different." Izuku's eyes widened at the suggestion. "But Mom, your friends, your life here," 𝗵𝗃 shook her head, her expression resolute. "Nothing is more important than your safety and happiness, Izuku. Nothing." As he lay in bed that night, Izuku felt a curious mixture of emotions. There was lingering shame over his loss of control, worry about what tomorrow might bring, and uncertainty about the potential changes ahead. But for the first time in years, there was also something else, hope. Hope that things could be different. Hope that his quirk, with its mysterious wheel and untapped potential, might truly be the path to heroism he had always dreamed of. And as he drifted off to sleep, the violet glow of the gravity section of his wheel providing a gentle nightlight, Izuku Midoriya felt something he hadn't in a long time. He felt like he might be on the right path after all. The digital clock on Izuku's nightstand read 4:30 a.m. when his eyes opened, alert and clear despite the early hour. Outside, The world was still cloaked in darkness, the neighborhood quiet save for the occasional chirp of an early bird. Izuku sat up, stretching his arms above his head, the wheel of laws faintly visible in the mirror across his room. Today, a soft blue section glowed water manipulation. There was a time when waking up this early would have seemed impossible, when dragging himself to school had been an exercise in dread and anxiety. Now, his early mornings were a sanctuary, a time that belonged solely to him. With efficiency, Izuku slipped out of bed and padded to the bathroom. The routine was comforting in its familiarity: shower, teeth, hair still an unruly mop of green curls that defied any attempts at taming. He examined his reflection critically, noting the subtle changes that had begun to appear. His face was losing some of its childish roundness, and though still small for his age, weeks of consistent training had started to add definition to his once scrawny frame. Back in his room, Izuku pulled on a fitted moisture-wicking t-shirt and basketball shorts, nothing fancy, but practical for what lay ahead. He'd learned quickly that his mother's old cotton shirts became unbearably heavy when soaked with sweat. Socks, running shoes, and a light jacket completed the ensemble, protection against the pre-dawn chill. In the kitchen, he filled a water bottle from the tap, adding a splash of electrolyte concentrate. Another lesson learned after his first week of serious training had left him dizzy and dehydrated. He scribbled a quick note for his mother, though she already knew his routine: gone to train. Back for breakfast. Love you. The cool morning air greeted him as he stepped outside, instantly bringing goosebumps to his exposed skin. Izuku started with a light jog down the quiet streets of Musutafu, his new home. The city was different from where they'd lived before: larger, busier, and most importantly, filled with hero agencies and hero schools, including the prestigious 𝗬𝗏 high school that had been Izuku's dream destination for as long as he could remember. After 15 minutes of jogging to warm up his muscles, Izuku arrived at Iron Fitness, a 24-hour gym that had become his second home over the past few weeks. Despite the early hour, several dedicated regulars were already inside, mostly adults working out before heading to their jobs. "Morning, Midoriya," called the receptionist, a burly man with scaled skin and a friendly smile. "Early as always." "Morning, Ryozuki-san," Izuku replied with a small wave as he swiped his membership card. Inside, Izuku moved with purpose, no longer the hesitant newcomer he'd been a week ago. He started with dynamic stretches: arm circles, leg swings, torso rotations, preparing his body for the work ahead. Then it was time for the real training. First came a strength circuit, 3 sets of 15 push-ups, focusing on proper form rather than speed. His arms trembled by the final set, but he pushed through, remembering his goal. Next was a series of bodyweight squats, 20 per set for 4 sets, developing the powerful leg muscles he'd need for maneuverability in combat. Pull-ups were still his nemesis. He managed only 5 clean repetitions before his grip gave out, but that was 2 more than when he'd started. 1 core work followed. Planks held for increasingly longer durations, his record now standing at 65 seconds, Russian twists with a light medicine ball, and bicycle crunches that left his abdominals burning. He moved methodically through each exercise, the routine designed by his martial arts instructor to build functional strength rather than flashy muscles. Between sets, Izuku often found himself subconsciously manipulating small amounts of water from his bottle, forming them into floating spheres that danced around his fingers, a way to practice fine control over whatever law he possessed for the day. Today's water manipulation was particularly suited to this kind of exercise, and he spent a few extra minutes creating increasingly complex shapes before letting the water fall back into his bottle. After 90 minutes of focused training, Izuku completed his gym session with a cool-down routine of static stretches, preventing the muscle soreness that had plagued him during his first days of serious exercise. He waved goodbye to the other regulars: an elderly woman with remarkable flexibility, a businessman with metallic skin who bench-pressed impressive weights, and a college student whose quirk allowed her to duplicate any equipment she touched, a favorite with the gym management during busy hours. Outside, the darkness had begun to recede, the first hints of dawn painting the eastern sky in delicate pinks and oranges. Izuku's next destination was Musutafu's Central Park, a sprawling green space that featured a well-maintained running track that circled its perimeter. One lap around was approximately 1.8 kilometers, and Izuku had set himself the goal of 3 complete circuits each morning, nearly 5 kilometers in total. As he ran, Izuku's mind wandered to the events that had brought him here. After the incident with Bakugo, his mother had been true to her word. She'd gone to the school administration the very next day, armed with photographs of Izuku's injuries and a detailed account of the ongoing bullying. The response had been disappointing but not entirely surprising: vague promises to look into it and speak with the parties involved, followed by insinuations that perhaps Izuku had been at fault for not adapting to the social dynamics of the classroom. Izuku Midoriya, normally so gentle and accommodating, had transformed before Izuku's eyes into a fierce advocate, her voice never raising yet somehow filling the principal's office with unmistakable authority. When it became clear that no meaningful action would be taken, she had simply nodded once, thanked them for their time in a tone that conveyed anything but gratitude, and informed them that Izuku would not be returning for the fall term. 2 days later, she had accepted the transfer her company had been offering for months. 1 week after that, they had moved into their new apartment in Musutafu, closer to Inko's new office and, as she had pointed out with a meaningful smile, less than 30 minutes by train from high school. The air grew warmer as Izuku completed his second lap around the park. The rising sun cast long shadows from the trees, and more people had begun to appear: early morning joggers, elderly couples taking leisurely walks, a group practicing Tai Chi on the wide central lawn. Among them was a familiar figure seated on a bench near the duck pond, an elderly man feeding the waterfowl from a small paper bag. "Good morning, Midoriya-kun," the man called as Izuku passed. "Good morning, Tanaka-san," Izuku replied, not breaking his stride but offering a respectful nod. Shiro Tanaka was a fixture in the park, a retired hero who went by the name 𝗵𝗃 during his active years. His time-slowing quirk had made him an outstanding rescue specialist, though never one who garnered much media attention. Now in his 70s, he spent his mornings feeding the ducks and occasionally sharing stories with anyone who stopped to listen. Izuku had bonded with him over their mutual interest in quirk analysis, the old man providing insights into hero work that couldn't be found in any magazine or online forum. As he began his final lap, Izuku pushed himself harder, increasing his pace as the sun finally cleared the horizon, bathing the park in golden light. His lungs burned and his legs protested, but there was a joy in the exertion, a satisfaction in feeling his body respond to the demands he placed upon it. This was a different kind of pain than what he'd experienced in his old school. This was pain with purpose, discomfort that led to growth rather than humiliation that led to despair. By the time he completed his third lap, the park had grown busier, the peaceful morning atmosphere giving way to the energy of a city fully awake. Checking his 𝗬𝗂𝗄 waterproof digital model that doubled as a fitness tracker, a birthday present from his mother, Izuku noted with satisfaction that he'd shaved almost 2 minutes off his previous time for the same distance. The journey home was a cool-down jog, his muscles pleasantly fatigued but not exhausted. As he approached their apartment building, the delicious aroma of his mother's cooking wafted through an open window, drawing him inside with the promise of a hearty breakfast. "I'm home," he called, slipping off his shoes in the entryway. "Welcome back," Inko replied from the kitchen. "Breakfast will be ready in 15 minutes. Plenty of time for a shower." Izuku headed straight for the bathroom, peeling off his sweat-soaked clothing and stepping under the hot spray with a sigh of contentment. As the water cascaded over his tired muscles, he practiced manipulating it, creating small currents that massaged his shoulders and back. Water was one of his favorite laws to work with: versatile, abundant, and responsive to fine control. After his shower, dressed in fresh clothes, a simple t-shirt and shorts for the summer, Izuku joined his mother at the breakfast table. The spread was impressive: steamed rice, miso soup with tofu, grilled mackerel, tamagoyaki, and a small bowl of natto. It was a traditional Japanese breakfast designed to fuel his training regimen, rich in protein and complex carbohydrates. "How was your workout?" Inko asked, serving herself a more modest portion of each dish. "Good. I increased my pull-ups by 1, and my park run was faster by almost 2 minutes," Izuku replied between bites of fish. I think the weight training is starting to help with my endurance. Inko smiled, the pride evident in her eyes. You've been so dedicated, Izuku. I'm impressed by how well you've adjusted to life here, especially in just a week. It's been easier than I expected, he admitted. The gym feels comfortable now, and I'm starting to recognize regular faces at the park. Tanaka-san was there again today. The retired hero. The one who tells you all those stories. Izuku nodded enthusiastically. He said he might bring some of his old hero notebooks for me to look at next time. He kept detailed records of his rescue operations. That's wonderful, sweetie. Inko paused, her expression growing slightly concerned. Are you nervous about starting at the new school? It's only 3 more weeks until the term begins. The question gave Izuku pause. He set down his chopsticks, considering his answer carefully. A little, he admitted. But it's different this time. Before, I was afraid of the bullying of 𝗂𝗂𝗄𝗃's reactions. Now, I'm just cautiously optimistic, I guess. I know it won't be perfect, but I've changed too. I'm stronger, both physically and mentally. I won't show any weakness. The determined set of his jaw reminded Inko so much of his father that it momentarily took her breath away. In just a few short weeks, she'd witnessed a remarkable transformation in her son, not just in his growing physical capabilities, but in his confidence, his sense of purpose. The constant fear that had shadowed his eyes for years had been replaced by a steady resolve. Just remember, she said gently, being strong doesn't mean you can't ask for help or admit when something's wrong. That's a lesson I learned too late with your previous school, and I don't want either of us to make the same mistake again. Izuku reached across the table to squeeze her hand. I promise, Mom. No more secrets between us. After breakfast, Izuku helped clear the table before heading out again. His destination this time was Unified Combat Systems, a martial arts dojo located in a converted warehouse about 15 minutes from their apartment. Unlike the stereotypical dojos with their focus on a single discipline, UCS taught a practical blend of fighting styles tailored to each student's physical attributes and, in a society of quirks, their unique abilities. The interior was spacious and well-equipped, with training areas designated for different activities. Padded mats for grappling and throws, wooden floors for striking practice, heavy bags hanging from reinforced beams, and a small weight section for targeted strength development. Despite the early hour, the dojo was already alive with activity. Children and adults alike engaged in various forms of practice. Midoriya, right on time, called a voice from the striking area. Izuku bowed respectfully to Hiroshi Nakamura, his primary instructor. Nakamura-sensei was in his mid-30s, with a compact, athletic build and a seemingly permanent 5 o'clock shadow. His quirk, kinesthetic insight, allowed him to instantly analyze and understand any physical movement he observed, making him an ideal instructor for martial arts. Good morning, Nakamura-sensei, Izuku replied, moving to join him on the training floor. Water today? Nakamura asked, noticing how Izuku's water bottle floated slightly above his hand. Izuku nodded. He'd explained his Archikinesis quirk to Nakamura during their first session, and the instructor had immediately grasped its implications for combat training. Perfect. We'll incorporate some fluid movements into today's session, then. But first warm up. Give me 3 rounds on the heavy bag, focusing on the combinations we worked on yesterday. For the next 2 hours, Izuku immersed himself in training that pushed his limits in new and challenging ways. Nakamura's teaching style was demanding but encouraging, praising progress while never settling for less than Izuku's best effort. They began with striking fundamentals, proper punching mechanics to avoid wrist injuries, kicks that utilized hip rotation for maximum force, elbow and knee strikes for close-quarter situations. Then they moved to defensive maneuvers, blocks, parries, evasions, and the footwork that made them effective. Remember, Nakamura said as he demonstrated a sequence, your quirk changes daily, but your body is constant. These techniques will serve you regardless of which law you're controlling. The latter part of the session focused on incorporating Izuku's current law into his combat approach. With water manipulation, they practiced using moisture in the air to create momentary distractions, small barriers that could deflect incoming attacks, and even drawing sweat from an opponent to disrupt their vision or balance. Creativity is your greatest weapon, Nakamura emphasized. Most heroes and villains rely on set patterns with their quirks. Your advantage is unpredictability not just for your opponents, but for yourself. You must learn to adapt instantly to whatever power you have that day. By the end of the session, Izuku was drenched in sweat, his muscles trembling from exertion, but his mind was sharp and focused. This combination of physical training and quirk application had been Nakamura's suggestion after their first meeting, when Izuku had explained his goal of becoming a hero despite or perhaps because of the unique challenges posed by his quirk. "You did well today," Nakamura said as they concluded with cooling stretches. "Your progress over just 1 week is impressive. Many students take months to reach this level of basic proficiency." "Thank you, sensei," Izuku replied, bowing deeply. "I've been practicing the forms at home as well." Nakamura nodded approvingly. "It shows. For tomorrow, review the counters to the basic grabs we covered today. And remember, observe, adapt, overcome. That's the essence of your journey with this quirk." With another respectful bow, Izuku departed the dojo, the afternoon sun high in the sky. His stomach growled, reminding him that it was well past lunchtime. The walk home gave his muscles time to cool down, preventing the stiffness that would otherwise set in after such intensive training. The apartment was empty when he arrived, his mother still at work. Izuku headed straight for the kitchen, where he prepared a simple but nutritious lunch: brown rice, grilled chicken marinated in teriyaki sauce, steamed vegetables, and a small bowl of miso soup. His dietary knowledge had expanded considerably in recent weeks, driven by research into optimal nutrition for physical training. After eating, Izuku retreated to his bedroom, a space that, like himself, had undergone a significant transformation. Gone were the All Might posters that had once covered nearly every inch of wall space. Gone too were the limited edition action figures, the hero-themed bedding, the childish trappings of a dream that had once seemed as fragile as it was distant. In their place was something that resembled a junior researcher's office more than a child's bedroom. The walls displayed carefully written mathematical formulas, physics equations relevant to various quirk applications, and anatomical diagrams highlighting muscle groups and their functions. A large whiteboard occupied one wall, currently filled with notes on water manipulation observations, techniques, theoretical applications yet to be tested. 2 filing cabinets stood in the corner, meticulously organized. The first was labeled Hero Analysis, containing notebooks filled with Izuku's observations of professional heroes, their quirks, fighting styles, strengths, weaknesses, and potential improvements. The second cabinet, labeled Archikinesis, a term he had coined from archi, the Greek word for beginning or origin, and kinesis, meaning movement, housed his personal documentation of each law he had experienced, categorized by type, frequency, and practical applications. Izuku spent some time organizing these files, ensuring everything was in its proper place. He added the day's observations about water manipulation to the appropriate notebook, including the techniques Nakamura-sensei had taught him and his own experiments with fine control during his morning shower. With his documentation complete, Izuku turned to academic studies. Despite it being summer break, he had established a rigorous schedule of learning, determined not to fall behind in his schoolwork despite the transition to a new school. In truth, he was working well ahead of the third-grade curriculum, his natural intelligence and thirst for knowledge driving him to explore topics usually reserved for much older students. Today's focus was advanced mathematics, specifically vector calculus and its applications in physics. Though only 6 years old, Izuku had tested at a much higher academic level, with an IQ that had impressed the educational psychologist who evaluated him after the move. The specialist had suggested accelerating his education, perhaps moving him directly to middle school or even high school, but Izuku had declined. "I want to develop at my own pace," he had explained to his mother afterward. "Being pushed too fast academically might interfere with my physical training. Besides, I want to have a normal school experience this time. Make friends my own age." Inko had understood and supported his decision, though she made arrangements with his new school to provide appropriate academic challenges within his regular classroom. As the afternoon stretched into early evening, Izuku became absorbed in his studies, filling notebooks with equations and their solutions, occasionally pausing to test a concept using small manipulations of water drawn from a glass on his desk. The practical applications of mathematics to quirk control were fascinating, particularly when dealing with fluid dynamics. He was so engrossed that he barely registered the sound of the front door opening, signaling his mother's return from work. Only when she called his name did he glance up, surprised to find that several hours had passed unnoticed. "Coming, Mom," he replied, closing his notebook and stretching arms that had grown stiff from writing. In the kitchen, 𝗵𝗃 was already preparing dinner tonkatsu with rice, shredded cabbage, and miso soup. The familiar domestic scene brought a smile to Izuku's face. For all that had changed in their lives, this comforting routine remained constant. "How was work?" Izuku asked, automatically moving to set the table. "Busy but good," 𝗵𝗃 replied, her face lighting up. "I'm being considered for a project lead position already. Apparently, my experience from the previous branch is more valuable than they initially expected." "That's great, Mom. I told you they'd recognize how amazing you are." 𝗵𝗃's cheeks flushed with pleasure at the compliment. "And how was your training with Nakamura-sensei today?" Over dinner, they exchanged stories from their day. 𝗵𝗃's progress at her new workplace, Izuku's advancements in both martial arts and quirk control. Their conversation flowed easily, punctuated by laughter and thoughtful discussions about everything from hero news to the neighborhood's best bakeries. "Oh," 𝗵𝗃 said suddenly, "I almost forgot. Your school enrollment is completely finalized. Your homeroom teacher called today to introduce herself, Yamaguchi-sensei. She seemed very nice. She mentioned that they have several students with uncommon abilities, so you won't stand out in that regard." Izuku felt a flutter of nervous anticipation. Did she say anything about the other students? "Just that it's a diverse group with a good dynamic. She specifically mentioned that they have strict anti-bullying policies that are actively enforced." 𝗵𝗃 gave him a meaningful look. "I made sure of that before choosing the school." After dinner, as had become their routine, Izuku washed the dishes while 𝗵𝗃 cleaned the cooking area. Working together, the kitchen was spotless in no time, leaving them the evening for relaxation. For Izuku, this meant reviewing his notes from the day and planning his training for tomorrow, based on which law he anticipated might appear. The pattern wasn't completely random. Over the past 2 years, he had detected certain sequences that tended to repeat, allowing for limited prediction of which power might come next. If his calculations were correct, tomorrow would likely bring either earth manipulation or air control. As he prepared for bed, brushing his teeth and changing into comfortable pajamas, Izuku caught sight of the wheel in his bathroom mirror. The water section still glowed softly blue, but he noticed something different. The light seemed stronger, more defined than it had been that morning, as if his day of practice had somehow reinforced the connection. "Observe, adapt, overcome," he murmured, recalling Nakamura-sensei's words. That would be his mantra moving forward, the principle that would guide his development not just as a potential hero, but as a person. Climbing into bed, Izuku set his alarm for 4:30 a.m. Another day, another law, another opportunity to grow stronger. As sleep began to claim him, his thoughts drifted to the future, to the new school that awaited him, to a high school beyond that, to the hero he would become. For the first time in years, that future seemed not just possible, but inevitable, a path illuminated not by All Might's blinding spotlight, but by the steady, determined glow of Izuku's own resolve. The morning sun cast long shadows across Musutafu as Izuku made his way toward the dojo. His footsteps were light, almost bouncy with anticipation for another day of training. The familiar weight of his training bag swung at his side, packed with water bottles and a change of clothes. "I'm really getting better with my control," he thought, a small smile playing across his lips. "Sensei says my precision improved dramatically since last week." His path took him along the shoreline, past 𝗬𝗏 Municipal Beach. In another life, this beach might have meant something different to him, perhaps a place where his journey truly began. But in this reality, it was simply a pleasant detour on his way to training. Izuku paused for a moment, watching the waves lap peacefully against the sand, when suddenly, crack! A massive pillar of ice erupted from the beach, shooting at least 20 feet into the air. The crystalline structure glittered in the morning light, sharp edges catching the sun's rays and scattering them in all directions. What the? Izuku dropped into a defensive stance, his heart hammering against his ribs. A villain attack. He scanned the area, eyes narrowed. The beach seemed deserted except for the enormous ice formation. No screams, no panicked civilians running, just that solitary tower of ice standing like a sentinel on the shoreline. Cautiously, Izuku made his way down toward the beach, his footsteps crunching on the sand. As he circled around the ice structure, he spotted a boy about his age standing with his back to him. The boy had a striking appearance. Half his hair was white as fresh snow, the other half a deep crimson. He stood rigid, his shoulders tense, staring out at the ocean. Even from behind, Izuku could sense the anger radiating from him. Hey, Izuku called out, keeping his distance. Are you okay? The boy didn't respond, didn't even turn around. His only acknowledgement was a slight stiffening of his already rigid posture. Izuku tried again, taking a step closer. Are you sure you don't need any help? He reached out, his hand hovering just above the boy's shoulder. In an instant, the stranger whirled around, eyes flashing, one turquoise, one gray, as another blast of ice shot toward Izuku's chest. Izuku reacted on instinct. His own ice abilities activated, creating a shield that deflected the attack. Frost spread from his fingertips, forming a protective barrier between them. Whoa! Izuku gasped, jumping back. I wasn't going to hurt you. The dual-colored hair boy didn't seem to hear or care. His face remained impassive, but his eyes burned with intensity as he sent another wave of ice spikes hurtling toward Izuku. Izuku dropped and rolled, his own ice forming a slick path beneath him to increase his speed. The law of ice was with him today, his assigned quirk for training, and he was grateful for the coincidence. With a flex of his fingers, Izuku created his own barrage of ice projectiles, smaller but more numerous than his opponents. The mysterious boy countered by raising a massive wall of ice that blocked Izuku's attack. The shards shattered against the barrier, falling like diamond dust to the sand below. But Izuku was already moving. Instead of trying to overpower the wall, he circled around it, coating his hands in thick gauntlets of ice as he closed the distance. When the boy sent another spray of ice shards, Izuku ducked under them, sliding on a path of his own creation. You're not bad. Izuku called out, a hint of excitement in his voice despite the danger. The dual-haired boy remained silent, but Izuku noticed his moves becoming more aggressive, more desperate. He kept creating the same attacks, walls, spikes, and sheets of ice, all powerful but predictable. As the battle continued, Izuku began to experiment. He shaped his ice into different forms, a shield on one arm, a hammer in the other hand. When those shattered, he formed ice claws that extended from his fingertips, then a staff, then a series of stepping stones that let him leap high into the air. The other boy's eyes widened slightly as Izuku descended from above, his fist encased in a thick coating of ice. At the last second, the boy raised a shield, but Izuku's momentum carried through, shattering the defense and sending his opponent stumbling backward. They traded blows for several more minutes, the beach becoming a winter wonderland of ice structures. Sweat beaded on Izuku's forehead despite the cold, his breath coming in visible puffs. Finally, after a particularly creative maneuver where Izuku created a series of ice mirrors to confuse his opponent before striking from an unexpected angle, the dual-haired boy fell to one knee, breathing hard. Izuku stood a few feet away, his own chest heaving from exertion. A wide grin spread across his face as he lowered his ice-covered fists. Man, that was the most fun I've had since coming here, he exclaimed, dissolving his ice armor. He extended a hand toward the boy. The name's Izuku Midoriya. The other boy stared at the offered hand for a long moment. His heterochromatic eyes studied Izuku with caution, but something in his expression had softened. Finally, with obvious reluctance, he reached out and clasped Izuku's hand. Shoto Todoroki, he said, his voice quiet but clear. Izuku pulled him to his feet, still grinning. Your ice power is amazing, Todoroki. So strong. But I noticed your attacks tend to follow a pattern. Even if someone doesn't know exactly where your ice spikes will aim, they can anticipate the general strategy. Same with those walls, they're impressive, but a smart opponent would create a diversion to get around them. Todoroki's brow furrowed slightly, but he seemed to be listening. You should try being more creative, like making weapons or changing the structure mid-attack, Izuku continued enthusiastically. It keeps your opponent guessing. Todoroki didn't respond immediately. Instead, he looked down at his right hand, flexing his fingers thoughtfully. The two boys moved to a nearby bench, both using their ice abilities to cool down after the intense fight. The sun was beginning its descent toward the horizon, painting the sky in warm oranges and pinks that contrasted with the cool blues and whites of their melting ice creations. After a comfortable silence, Izuku ventured a question. So why were you so angry earlier? Todoroki stiffened, his eyes darkening. For a moment, Izuku thought he wouldn't answer. But then, in that same quiet voice, he began to speak. My father's training. It's harsh. Todoroki's gaze remained fixed on the horizon. He pushes me beyond my limits every day. There's never time for normal things. Friends. Fun. His lips pressed into a thin line. I'm always isolated. Izuku nodded slowly, looking up at the sunset. I can relate in a way, he said softly. I moved here about a week ago. At my old school, my powers weren't as honed as they are now. I was weak, frustrated, and bullied by my classmates. Todoroki glanced at him, surprise flashing briefly across his usually stoic features. Even the kids who didn't actively bully me were too scared to talk to me, Izuku continued, his voice taking on a distant quality. A certain someone kept them all away, my old childhood friend. He was the worst of them all. Izuku's fingers curled slightly in his lap. He put me down constantly, left bruises, called me names. He made sure I was alone. Isolated like you. Izuku took a deep breath. At one point he even told me to kill myself. Todoroki's eyes widened fractionally. I am sorry, he said after a moment. I didn't know your life was as difficult as mine. Something in those words, the simple acknowledgement of shared pain, seemed to connect them. Izuku felt it too, a tentative bridge forming between their isolated islands. Suddenly, Izuku glanced at his watch and jumped to his feet. Oh no. Already way too late. He hurriedly pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Yes, it's Midoriya. I'm so sorry, but I won't be able to make it to training today. There was an unexpected situation. He glanced at Todoroki with a small smile. Yes, I'm fine. I'll make up for it tomorrow. Thank you for understanding. Hanging up, Izuku turned back to Todoroki. I need to head home before it gets too late for dinner. For the first time that day, Todoroki's lips curved upward in a small but genuine smile. Seeing it, Izuku's own smile widened. Todoroki stood as well. I should go too. My sister might worry. They faced each other, and Izuku held out his fist. After a brief hesitation, Todoroki bumped it with his own. Friends? Izuku asked, hope bright in his green eyes. Friends, Todoroki confirmed, the words sounding new and precious on his tongue. They turned to go their separate ways, but after a few steps, Izuku spun around. Hey, Todoroki, he called. Let's meet here tomorrow. Todoroki paused, looked back over his shoulder, and nodded. I'd like that, he said, and continued on his way. When Izuku arrived home, the apartment was filled with the mouth-watering aroma of katsudon, crispy pork cutlets over rice, topped with egg and onions. His mother looked up from setting the table, her face lighting up at the sight of him. Izuku. I was beginning to worry. Your training usually doesn't run this late. Sorry, Mom, he said, setting his bag down and washing his hands. I actually made a friend today. As they sat down to eat, Izuku recounted the entire story, the sudden ice formation, the intense battle, and the quiet conversation afterward. His hands waved animatedly as he described Todoroki's impressive ice abilities and how they'd connected over their shared experiences. Inko watched her son with a warm smile, her eyes soft. It had been a long time since she'd seen Izuku this excited about a friendship. After everything they'd been through, the bullying, the isolation, the move to a new neighborhood, seeing her son forming connections again filled her heart with hope. "He sounds like a wonderful friend, Izuku," she said when he finally paused for breath. "I'm glad you found each other." Izuku nodded enthusiastically, his mouth full of 𝗧𝗵𝗲. After swallowing, he added, "We're meeting again tomorrow. I'm going to help him get more creative with his ice powers." As the evening continued, Izuku couldn't stop thinking about his new friend, the quiet boy with the mismatched eyes who, beneath his cold exterior, seemed to understand loneliness in the same way Izuku did. For the first time since moving, Izuku felt like he might truly belong here after all. The morning sun glinted off the remnants of yesterday's ice formations at Dagobah Beach. Some had partially melted overnight, forming strange, abstract sculptures that dotted the shoreline like contemporary art installations. Izuku arrived early, bouncing on the ball of his feet with excitement. He'd packed a small bag with snacks and water, unsure how long they'd be hanging out. When Todoroki appeared at the top of the steps leading down to the beach, Izuku waved enthusiastically. "Todoroki, over here." The dual-haired boy made his way down, his movements measured and calm, a stark contrast to Izuku's barely contained energy. Despite his reserved demeanor, Todoroki's eyes held a warmth that hadn't been there yesterday. "Morning," he said simply as he approached. "I was thinking," Izuku began without preamble, "we could do something different before sparring today. Hang out a bit. There's an internet cafe not far from here with really good food." Todoroki blinked, seemingly caught off guard by the suggestion. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded. "That sounds fine." "Great." Izuku beamed. "Follow me. They've got this awesome new game I've been wanting to try." The internet cafe, Pixel Perfect, was a cozy establishment tucked between a convenience store and a bookshop. The inside was dimly lit with blue and purple LED strips running along the walls, creating a cyberpunk atmosphere. Gaming stations lined the walls, each with high-end PCs and comfortable gaming chairs. "2 stations, please," Izuku told the clerk at the counter. "And can we order food to our stations?" "Sure thing," the clerk replied, handing them menus. "Just call over when you're ready to order." Izuku and Todoroki settled at adjacent stations, the glow from the monitors illuminating their faces. "Have you heard of Glory?" Izuku asked, clicking on the game's icon. "It just came out last month, but it's already super popular." Todoroki shook his head. "I don't play many games." "No worries. It's an MRPG, that means massively multiplayer online role-playing game," Izuku explained. "We can create characters and play together. The mechanics are supposed to be really intricate, with tons of skill combinations and strategies." As the game loaded, vibrant fantasy landscapes filled their screens. The character creation menu appeared, offering a multitude of races and classes to choose from. "I'm going with an elementalist," Izuku decided, scrolling through the class options. "They can adapt to different situations and use all sorts of elemental attacks. Kinda like my quirk," he added with a small laugh. He customized his character with green hair and eyes, naming him Lawbreaker, with a grin. Todoroki studied his options more carefully. "Spellblade," he finally said. "They use magic to enhance their weapon skills." His character took shape with distinctive red and white hair, heterochromatic eyes mirroring his own. He hesitated at the username prompt. "How about Frostbrand?" Izuku suggested. "Since you're so good with ice." Todoroki considered it, then nodded, typing in the name. Once their characters spawned in the beginner town, a medieval-styled settlement with thatched roofs and cobblestone streets, Izuku immediately sent a friend request to Todoroki. "First things first," Izuku said, leaning over slightly to glance at Todoroki's screen. "Let's get the basic tutorial quests done so we can unlock the first dungeon." They navigated their characters through the town, accepting quests from NPCs with exclamation marks over their heads. Todoroki was quiet but attentive, quickly picking up the game mechanics. "You're a natural," Izuku commented as Todoroki efficiently dispatched a group of slime monsters. "The controls are intuitive," Todoroki replied, a hint of satisfaction in his voice. After completing the tutorial quests, they unlocked access to the first beginner dungeon, the Whispering Caves. Okay, so dungeons are tougher than open-world areas, but the rewards are better, Izuku explained as their characters stood before the dungeon entrance. We'll need to work together. My elementalist can handle ranged attacks and crowd control, while your spellblade is perfect for close combat. Todoroki nodded, his fingers poised over his keyboard. Lead the way. The dungeon was a labyrinth of crystalline caverns, illuminated by bioluminescent fungi. Skeleton warriors and cave bats spawned in groups, rushing at their characters as they progressed deeper. Behind you! Izuku called out, casting a fire spell that incinerated a skeleton trying to flank Todoroki's character. Todoroki's spellblade leapt into action, his virtual blade glowing with frost magic as he cut through 3 enemies in a single sweep. We make a good team, Izuku said, grinning as they cleared another room. Try using your frost slash. When I cast my wind blast, it should create a freezing wave effect. Todoroki followed Izuku's suggestion. On screen, the combined abilities created a spectacular blizzard that instantly froze and shattered a group of advancing enemies. Combo bonus flashed across both their screens, awarding extra experience points. That was satisfying, Todoroki admitted, a small smile playing on his lips. They progressed through the dungeon efficiently, developing strategies on the fly. When they reached the final boss, a massive crystal golem, they had their teamwork down to a science. I'll kite it around and keep its attention with ranged attacks, Izuku said, his character already circling the boss. You focus on hitting its weak spot whenever I manage to stagger it. The battle was intense, with both boys leaning forward in their chairs, completely engrossed. Izuku's elementalist danced around the golem, alternating between elements to find which was most effective. Todoroki's spellblade darted in for precise strikes whenever the golem stumbled. When the golem finally shattered, a victory fanfare played, and a notification appeared, new record, Whispering Caves cleared in 1234. Previous record, 1521, we did it. Izuku pumped his fist in the air. New record. Even Todoroki looked pleased, his eyes bright with accomplishment. The loot drop is good, he observed as their characters collected the spoils. You should get that frost-forged gauntlet, Izuku pointed out. It would boost your ice magic damage by 15%. Todoroki nodded, equipping the new item. What about you? I'm saving my gold for a new spell, 𝗬𝗪𝙢𝗧𝗏. It's an earth-based attack that creates pillars of stone to trap enemies. They continued playing, tackling more dungeons and completing quests in the open world. Their characters gained experience rapidly, reaching level 15 before the hunger pangs became too strong to ignore. Let's order food, Izuku suggested, waving over a server. I'm starving after all that dungeon crawling. They ordered ramen and melon soda, continuing to chat about game strategies while they waited. When the steaming bowls arrived, they took a break from the game to eat. You know, Izuku said between slurps of noodles, you picked up that game really quickly. Do you play other games? Todoroki hesitated. Sometimes I play COD, mobile. When my father's not home. Izuku's eyes lit up. No way. Me too. We should play a few rounds after this. After finishing their meal, they switched to Call of Duty, mobile. Izuku quickly added Todoroki as a friend, and they jumped into a search and destroy match together. I usually run SMGs, Izuku explained as they waited in the lobby. But I can adapt depending on the map. Sniper, Todoroki replied simply, selecting his loadout. Their first match was on Crossfire, a map with long sight lines perfect for sniping. Todoroki proved to be exceptionally skilled, picking off opponents with clean headshots before they even realized where the shots were coming from. Whoa, you're insane with that sniper! Izuku exclaimed after Todoroki clutched a 1v3 situation, winning the round for their team. A ghost of a smile crossed Todoroki's face. Good reflexes. Comes from training. They played several more matches, their coordination improving with each one. They communicated with brief callouts, watching each other's backs and trading kills with efficiency that had their random teammates sending impressed messages in the chat. After winning 5 matches in a row, Todoroki turned slightly toward Izuku. 1v1 sniper duel. Izuku grinned. You're on. They set up a private match on Kill House, both equipped with sniper rifles only. The rules were simple, first to 20 kills wins. The duel was intense. Todoroki's aim was precise and calculated, while Izuku relied more on quick reactions and unpredictable movement. They traded kills back and forth, neither gaining a significant lead. 18-17 my lead, Izuku announced, wiping sweat from his brow. You're making me work for this. Todoroki's eyes narrowed in concentration as he peered at his screen. He managed to catch Izuku with a quickscope as he rounded a corner, tying the score at 18-18. Izuku respawned and immediately slid behind cover, pulse racing. He heard the faint sound of footsteps approaching and waited, timing his peak perfectly to catch Todoroki mid-stride. Headshot. 19-18, one more kill to win. Todoroki spotted Izuku first in the final encounter, firing a shot that barely missed as Izuku dove behind a container. In a bold move, Izuku jumped out from a different angle than expected, scoping in mid-air and firing. Victory flashed across his screen. 20-17. Izuku said, stretching his fingers. That was close. Good game, Todoroki agreed, looking more relaxed than Izuku had seen him yet. Your movement is unpredictable. They logged off, paid for their time and food, and headed back toward Dagobah Beach, the afternoon sun now high in the sky. That was fun, Izuku said, bouncing with each step. We should do that again sometime. Todoroki nodded. I'd like that. When they reached the beach, Izuku set his bag down on a nearby bench. Ready for our spar. Today should be interesting, I've got the Law of Earth. Todoroki frowned slightly. Law of Earth. Yesterday you had ice, like me. Ah, right. I need to explain my quirk better, Izuku said, stepping onto the sand. My quirk is called Archikinesis. It lets me use different laws, or elements, but I'm limited to 1 per day. Yesterday was the Law of Ice, so I could create and control ice. Today is the Law of Earth, which means I can manipulate sand, soil, metal, pretty much anything earthly. Todoroki's eyes widened slightly. That's versatile. It is. But I have to work hard to master each element, Izuku explained, sinking into a fighting stance. Ready when you are. Todoroki nodded, his right side beginning to frost over as he prepared his own ice powers. The spar began with Todoroki sending a wave of ice spikes across the beach toward Izuku. Instead of dodging, Izuku stomped his foot, and the sand beneath him rose up in a protective wall that absorbed the impact of the ice. The Law of Earth gives me control over density and shape, Izuku called out, punching forward. The sand wall broke apart and shot forward as hardened projectiles. Todoroki created an ice shield, but some of the sand bullets penetrated it, forcing him to leap sideways. He countered with a sweeping ice attack along the ground. Izuku jumped high, the sand beneath his feet propelling him upward like a springboard. While airborne, he gestured, and the beach sand around Todoroki began to sink inward, creating a quicksand effect. The key with earth manipulation is understanding that it's not just about brute force, Izuku explained as Todoroki struggled to free his legs from the sand trap. It's about changing the properties of the material. Todoroki responded by freezing the sand around his legs, creating a solid platform. He broke free with a powerful stomp and sent a massive ice formation hurtling toward Izuku. Izuku grinned, extending his hands outward. The metal trash that still littered parts of the beach suddenly tore free from the sand and formed a floating barrier in front of him, blocking the ice attack. Metal is Earth too, refined and processed, but still under the Law of Earth's domain, Izuku explained, compressing the metal scraps into a dense ball that orbited around him. I can sense all the minerals in the ground, control their cohesion, their magnetic properties. He moved his palm forward, and the metal ball shot toward Todoroki, who barely managed to dodge. The fight intensified, with Todoroki creating increasingly complex ice structures. Learning from yesterday's lesson about creativity, while Izuku demonstrated the versatility of earth manipulation. He created sinkholes, launched rocks, formed armor from compacted sand, and even managed to pull the iron content from the sand to create fine metallic needles that he sent flying with precision. Your quirk is incredible, Todoroki said during a brief pause, both of them breathing hard. You adapt to each new element so naturally. Thanks. Izuku beamed, despite the exertion. It took years of practice though. When I was younger, I could barely lift a pebble. The spar continued until both were exhausted, ending in what they mutually agreed was a draw. Covered in sand and sweat, they collapsed on the beach, watching as the late afternoon sun began its descent toward the horizon. That was awesome, Izuku said, brushing sand from his hair. You're really getting more creative with your ice. Todoroki nodded, looking thoughtfully at his right hand. I never considered shaping it beyond basic attacks before. As they sat in comfortable silence, Izuku glanced at his watch. Hey, it's getting close to dinner time, why don't you come over to my place? My mom always makes too much food anyway. Todoroki looked surprised. Are you sure that's okay? Of course. She'd love to meet you, Izuku insisted, already pulling out his phone. Let me just call and let her know. He dialed his mother's number. Hey, is it okay if I bring a friend for dinner? Yeah, the one I told you about yesterday. Great, we'll be there soon. Thanks. Todoroki pulled out his own phone. I should call my sister, he said quietly. After a brief conversation where he explained he'd be having dinner at a friend's house, he hung up with what seemed like relief. All set. Izuku said cheerfully. Let's go, it's not far from here. As they walked through the residential neighborhood, Izuku pointed out landmarks and shared stories about his first week in the area. Todoroki mostly listened, occasionally asking questions or offering brief comments. When they arrived at the Midoriya apartment, delicious aromas were already wafting through the door. Izuku unlocked it, calling out, I'm home. Izuku Midoriya appeared from the kitchen, wiping her hands on her apron. Her face lit up at the sight of her son. Izuku. She rushed forward, wrapping him in a warm hug. I'm so glad you made it home safe. You're absolutely covered in sand. You'll need to wash up before dinner. Pulling back, her eyes fell on Todoroki, who stood somewhat awkwardly in the entryway. Mom, this is my friend, Shoto Todoroki, Izuku introduced. Todoroki, this is my mom, Izuku Midoriya. Todoroki bowed formally. Thank you for having me, Midoriya-san. I apologize for the short notice. Izuku's smile was warm and genuine. It's no trouble at all. Any friend of Izuku's is welcome here. Please come in. I've made sukiyaki for dinner. I hope you like it. Sukiyaki is perfect for after training, Izuku said enthusiastically. Protein and vegetables to replenish everything we used up. You boys go wash up, Izuku instructed. Dinner will be ready in 5 minutes. The Midoriya bathroom was small but clean. Izuku lent Todoroki a fresh towel, and they took turns rinsing off the beach sand. When they emerged and entered the dining area, the table was set with a steaming hot pot in the center, surrounded by plates of thinly sliced beef, tofu, vegetables, and udon noodles. Wow, Mom, this looks amazing. Izuku exclaimed, taking a seat. Todoroki followed suit, his eyes widening slightly at the spread. Thank you for the meal, he said politely. As they began to eat, Izuku asked gentle questions about their day and how they'd met. Izuku enthusiastically recounted their gaming session and the spar at the beach, while Todoroki offered occasional clarifications or brief additions. Todoroki's ice quirk is so powerful, Izuku explained between bites. And he's getting really creative with it. That sounds wonderful, Izuku said warmly. And what about school, Todoroki-kun? Do you attend Kiryu Junior High like Izuku? Todoroki shook his head. Yeah, it's my 4th year there. I'm in 3rd grade, he said simply. Something in his tone made Izuku pause, but she smiled kindly. Well, I'm glad you and Izuku found each other. It's important to have friends who understand your quirk and can help you improve. As the meal progressed, Todoroki gradually relaxed. The warmth of the Midoriya household, both literal and figurative, seemed to melt some of his reserve. When 𝗵𝗃𝗃 served green tea and mochi for dessert, he even ventured a few questions of his own about Izuku's childhood and interests. "I was a big All Might fan," Izuku began, then glanced at his mother. 𝗵𝗃𝗃 gave a small nod. "He was the biggest he used to put on his All Might onesie and pretend to save me," she said gently. "Izuku was just the cutest as a kid." One Todoroki nodded in understanding, his mismatched eyes meeting Izuku's. There was an unspoken connection, a recognition of shared interests that didn't need elaboration. After dinner, Todoroki helped clear the table despite 𝗵𝗃𝗃's protests, insisting it was the least he could do to thank them for their hospitality. "You're welcome here anytime, Todoroki-kun," 𝗵𝗃𝗃 said warmly as he prepared to leave. "Don't be a stranger." "Thank you, Midoriya-san," Todoroki replied, bowing deeply. The meal was delicious. Izuku walked him to the door. "Same time tomorrow at the beach?" he asked hopefully. Todoroki nodded. "I'll be there." As he stepped out into the evening air, Todoroki turned back with the slightest of smiles. "Thank you, Midoriya, for everything today." Izuku grinned. "That's what friends are for, right?" Todoroki nodded once more, then turned and walked down the path, his distinctive red and white hair visible until he turned the corner. Izuku closed the door, leaning against it with a contented sigh. Meeting Todoroki, fighting alongside him in games and in their spars, sharing a meal with him, it all felt right somehow. Like the beginning of something important. "He seems like a good boy," 𝗵𝗃𝗃 said, coming up beside him. "Quiet but thoughtful." "Yeah," Izuku agreed. "He is." After a pause, he added, "I think he's lonely, 𝗵𝗃𝗃." 𝗵𝗃𝗃 gently placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder. "Then I'm glad you found each other." Izuku nodded, already looking forward to tomorrow's adventure with his new friend. Whatever the future held, whether it was more gaming sessions, training spars, or simply conversations that helped them both heal from past wounds, he was ready to face it, one day at a time. The morning air was crisp as Izuku set out for his first day at his new school. His uniform, a navy blue 𝗬𝗂𝗃 with brass buttons, felt stiff and formal, but he'd adjusted the collar just right and double-checked his appearance in the mirror before leaving. His school bag, packed with fresh notebooks and supplies, swung lightly at his side. Despite the early hour, Izuku felt energized. He'd already completed his morning workout routine, waking at 4:30 a.m. for strength training at Iron Fitness, followed by his usual run through Musutafu Central Park. The law of lightning pulsed through him today, occasionally causing small static sparks to jump between his fingers when he wasn't paying attention. Rounded the corner toward the main road, a familiar figure with dual-colored hair came into view. "Todoroki," Izuku called out, speeding up to catch up with his friend. "I didn't know we'd be on the same route to school." Todoroki turned, a flicker of surprise crossing his usually stoic features. "Midoriya. Good morning." He glanced at Izuku's slightly damp hair and the faint sheen of exertion still visible on his skin. "You've been training already." Izuku nodded enthusiastically. "Just my usual morning routine. Weights and combat drills at the gym, then a run." He rolled his shoulders, the muscles there still pleasantly warm from his workout. "My sensei at Unified Combat Systems says consistency is key, even on school days." Todoroki's eyebrows raised slightly. "You train at UCS. I've heard Nakamura-sensei is extremely selective about his students." "He's amazing," Izuku confirmed. "He's helping me adapt different fighting styles to work with my changing quirk. Today we focused on incorporating lightning reflexes into my movements." As they walked, Izuku's nervousness about his first day at a new school bubbled to the surface. "I'm kind of nervous, to be honest. What's Kiryu Junior High like?" Todoroki nodded. "I've been at Kiryu since kindergarten, so I know it pretty well. I'm in 3rd grade now, like you." "So what's the school like?" Izuku pressed, eager to know what awaited him. Kiryu is different from most schools. It combines elementary, junior high, and high school into one continuous institution. Students who enter can stay from kindergarten through graduation, which gives them consistent preparation for either hero colleges or regular universities. "That sounds amazing." Izuku's eyes widened. Is it true that they have special quirk training classes? Todoroki nodded. Power is important at Kiryu, but not in the way you might expect. The school values strength, but also control, creativity, and ethical use of quirks. How does that work exactly? Every 2 weeks, each grade level holds competitions, usually sparring matches with quirks. Even quirkless students can participate if they have combat skills. Todoroki's pace slowed slightly as they approached a large intersection. Winners, usually the top 5, receive benefits like extra training sessions with pros, access to specialized facilities, or sometimes academic advantages. So it's all about being the strongest? Izuku asked, a hint of worry in his voice. Not exactly. The competitions encourage improvement, not bullying. The school has strict discipline policies. Disrespect toward other students, quirk-based or otherwise, results in immediate consequences. Parents are called in, and sometimes students are expelled. Izuku let out a sigh of relief. That sounds refreshing. The philosophy is that everyone should strive to improve, whether they have powerful quirks or not. Some of the most respected students are quirkless but have mastered martial arts or tactical thinking. As they turned onto the street leading toward Kiryu Junior High, the school came into view. The main building was a modern glass and steel structure with traditional Japanese architectural influences, surrounded by various training grounds and sports fields. The emblem, a stylized dragon, adorned the front gates. Do you know where your classes are? Todoroki asked. Yeah, I have Yamaguchi-sensei for homeroom, Izuku replied, checking his schedule. Todoroki's eyebrows raised slightly. That's my homeroom as well. Seems we'll be seeing each other more often than we thought. When they arrived at school, they were greeted by streams of students flowing through the gates, some chatting excitedly, others moving with purpose toward the main building. You should check in at the principal's office first, Todoroki said. I can show you where it is. Thanks, Izuku replied, grateful for the guidance. They navigated through the busy hallways until they reached a door labeled Principal Nakamura. Todoroki gestured toward it. I'll wait for you in class, he said. Room 2A, second floor, east wing. Izuku nodded. Thanks, Todoroki. See you soon. After a brief meeting with Principal Nakamura, a stern but kind man with a quirk that allowed him to temporarily enhance others' mental focus through eye contact, a staff member escorted Izuku to his homeroom. When Izuku entered room 2A, 25 pairs of eyes turned to look at him. Yamaguchi-sensei, a tall man with metallic skin and a friendly demeanor, welcomed him with a warm smile. Class, this is our new student I mentioned yesterday, Yamaguchi-sensei announced. Please introduce yourself. Izuku stepped forward, swallowing his nervousness. Hello everyone. I'm Izuku Midoriya. I transferred from Aldra Junior High. My quirk is called Archikinesis, which means I can control different elements, but I'm limited to 1 per day. In addition to heroics, I enjoy studying different fighting styles at Unified Combat Systems Dojo and strategic games. My favorite subjects are science and heroics. I'm looking forward to getting to know all of you. Thank you, Midoriya-kun, Yamaguchi-sensei said. Please take the empty seat next to Todoroki-kun. Izuku made his way through the classroom, relieved to see Todoroki's familiar face. As he sat down, he noticed a few students whispering and glancing his way with curiosity. Now then, Yamaguchi-sensei continued, let's begin with today's announcements. The morning proceeded with standard academic classes, Japanese literature, mathematics, and science. Izuku found the material to be super easy but engaging, especially the science lesson on how quirk factors influence cellular biology. He took detailed notes, occasionally adding personal observations in the margins. During the break between classes, a few students approached his desk. Hey new kid. Midoriya, right? A girl with bright orange hair tied in a high ponytail leaned against his desk. I'm Rin Kagami. My quirk is light refraction. I can bend light around myself or objects I touch. She demonstrated by making her hand briefly transparent. What did you mean by 1 element per day? 2 before Izuku could answer, another student joined them, a boy with gray scales covering his arms and neck. Sounds interesting. I'm 𝗍𝗵𝗄. Reptile physiology is my quirk, gives me scales, enhanced strength, and I can climb walls. He extended a scaled hand, which Izuku shook. Nice to meet you both. My quirk assigns me a different elemental power each day. Yesterday was earth, today is lightning, tomorrow could be water or wind or something else, Izuku explained, enthusiasm evident in his voice. I don't get to choose which one, but I've trained with all of them. A third student appeared beside Todoroki's desk, a girl with short black hair and pupils shaped like stars. That's actually really cool. Versatile. I'm Hoshi Nakamura. My quirk is celestial vision. I can see really far distances and through certain materials. She smiled at Todoroki. Todoroki-kun, you should have told us you made a new friend. One Todoroki shrugged slightly. We met recently. The conversation was cut short as their next teacher entered, a muscular woman with spiky blue hair and gauntlets on her forearms. Combat assessment class. Rin whispered excitedly. Midoriya, you're in for a treat. Katsuki-sensei is tough but fair. Combat assessment took place in a large gymnasium equipped with various terrains, urban settings, forest areas, and open sparring mats. Katsuki-sensei began by having the students run through basic drills, allowing her to observe Izuku's form and reflexes. Midoriya, she called out after watching him complete a sequence of dodges and counterstrikes. What combat styles have you trained in? I train at Unified Combat Systems with Nakamura-sensei, Izuku replied. We focus on a practical blend of karate, judo, and boxing, adapted to work with my changing quirk. Katsuki-sensei's eyes lit up with interest. Hiroshi Nakamura. Impressive. He doesn't take many students. She nodded approvingly. For today's assessment, you'll be paired with, she scanned the room, Tsubasa-kun. 1A tall boy with wings folded against his back stepped forward. His wingspan, when extended, reached nearly 4 meters across. Ready, sensei. Basic sparring rules, Katsuki-sensei instructed. No severe quirk usage, level 2 restrictions. First to immobilize their opponent or force them out of bounds wins. Begin when ready. Izuku and Tsubasa faced each other on the mat. The winged boy grinned confidently. Don't worry, new kid. I'll go easy on you. Izuku dropped into a fighting stance, one that Nakamura-sensei had drilled into him over countless training sessions. No need, he replied with a smile of his own. The moment Katsuki-sensei signaled the start, Tsubasa's wings snapped open, creating a powerful gust that nearly knocked Izuku off his feet. Izuku recovered quickly, the law of lightning giving his reflexes a significant boost. Tsubasa launched himself into the air, circling above before diving toward Izuku like a bird of prey. Izuku waited until the last moment before sidestepping, electricity crackling between his fingers. As Tsubasa passed, Izuku released a small static charge that disrupted the boy's wing control, causing him to tumble to the mat. Using environmental feedback to disrupt flight patterns, smart. Katsuki-sensei called from the sidelines. Tsubasa recovered quickly, adapting his strategy to stay lower to the ground. He used his wings for quick bursts of speed rather than sustained flight, making him harder to predict. The two traded blows, Tsubasa using his wings for both offense and defense while Izuku incorporated small electrical discharges to create openings. The match ended when Izuku feigned stumbling, drawing Tsubasa into a charge, then released a controlled electrical current across the mat. The momentary paralysis gave Izuku enough time to sweep Tsubasa's legs and pin him in an arm lock, a move straight from his morning training session at UCS. Match Midoriya. Katsuki-sensei announced. As they got up, Tsubasa offered a fist bump. That was good. Your quirk today is electricity. Clever use of it. Thanks. Your flying techniques are amazing, Izuku replied genuinely. The way you use your wings as shields is really innovative. Katsuki-sensei had the class run through several more sparring matches, with Izuku observing and taking mental notes on his classmates' quirks and fighting styles. By the end of the class, he had an overview of about half his classmates' abilities. Lunch PRD was next, with Todoroki guiding Izuku to the cafeteria, A spacious hall with long tables and a variety of food options. They found a relatively quiet corner to sit. "You did well in combat assessment," Todoroki commented as they ate. "I've never seen someone adapt to Tsubas's aerial attacks so quickly." "Thanks. I just noticed how the air currents from his wings affected the environment and worked backward from there," Izuku explained between bites of katsudon. "Nakamura-sensei always says to analyze your opponent's movements and find patterns. By the way, who are the strongest students in our year? I want to know what I'm up against." Todoroki took a sip of cold soba broth before answering. "In our class, probably Rei Kaminari. She has an electromagnetic manipulation quirk. She can control both electricity and magnetism, making her versatile in combat and rescue scenarios." That sounds powerful," Izuku said, impressed. "Then there's Makoto Ida from Class 2A, enhanced speed quirk with engines in his calves. He's disciplined and tactical." Todoroki methodically picked up a piece of tofu with his chopsticks. "The current top-ranked student is Akira Takahashi in Class 2C. His quirk is energy conversion. He can absorb kinetic energy and redirect it. Very difficult to fight against." "What about you?" Izuku asked. "Where do you rank?" "Fourth in our year," Todoroki replied matter-of-factly. "I could be higher, but I don't always use my full power in the competitions." After lunch came what many students considered the highlight of Kiryu's curriculum: quirk training. The class was held in a specialized facility with reinforced walls and various training equipment designed to accommodate different quirk types. The teacher, Hiroaki-sensei, a middle-aged man with a quirk that allowed him to analyze and temporarily copy other quirks, began by having Izuku demonstrate his current law. "Lightning, you said?" Hiroaki-sensei observed. "Show us what you can do with it. Basic demonstration first, then we'll work on applications." Izuku stepped into the center of the training area, took a deep breath, and activated his quirk. Electricity crackled around his body, running between his fingertips in controlled arcs. He then directed it outward, creating a series of lightning bolts that struck targets with pinpoint accuracy. "Good control," Hiroaki-sensei nodded. "Now, more complex applications. Can you modulate the voltage? Create sustained discharges rather than just strikes." Izuku demonstrated how he could vary the intensity from a mild static charge to a powerful bolt that could shatter concrete. Then, concentrating deeply, he formed a continuous stream of electricity between his hands, shaping it into a pulsing sphere of energy. "Impressive," Hiroaki-sensei commented. "Most electrokinetics struggle with sustained manipulations. They tend to focus on burst attacks." He turned to the class. "What are some tactical applications for Midoriya's current abilities?" Hoshi raised her hand. "He could temporarily disable electronic systems, useful for dealing with security systems or robots." "Good," Hiroaki-sensei nodded. "What else?" "Medical applications," offered another student, a boy with glowing blue markings on his skin. "Controlled electrical pulses can stimulate muscles or even restart a heart in emergency situations." "Excellent point, Akio-kun. Rescue applications are just as important as combat ones." Hiroaki-sensei turned back to Izuku. "For your exercise today, I want you to practice precision control. Try to light those sequence lamps in order without triggering the ones in between." The exercise was challenging. It required Izuku to send electrical currents through specific pathways while avoiding others. He started slowly, occasionally triggering the wrong lamps, but gradually improved his precision. By the end of the session, he could light the entire sequence in the correct order with only minor errors. The rest of the class was spent with students working on individual quirk challenges while Hiroaki-sensei moved around offering advice and adjustments. Todoroki was practicing creating ice structures with complex internal geometries, something Izuku recognized from their beach sparring session. Before the class ended, Hiroaki-sensei gathered everyone for a final announcement. "The grade-level competition is next Friday. Anyone interested in participating should register by Wednesday. Remember, this is an opportunity to demonstrate growth, not just raw power." The afternoon continued with history and English classes. By the time the final bell rang, Izuku's mind was buzzing with new information and experiences. Todoroki met him at his desk as students began filing out. "So, what do you think?" he asked, slinging his bag over his shoulder. "It's only been one day, but I already love it here," Izuku replied enthusiastically. "The teachers really seem to care about helping us improve our quirks, and the other students are friendly." They exited the school building together, the afternoon sun still high in the sky. "It's still early," Todoroki observed. "Do you want to do something before heading home?" Izuku grinned. "Want to go back to that internet cafe? I'm still thinking about glory. I bet we could reach level 30 if we play for a few hours." The internet cafe was slightly busier than it had been before, but they managed to secure 2 adjacent stations. After ordering snacks and drinks, they logged into Glory and picked up where they'd left off. Their characters, Lawbreaker the Elementalist and Frostbrand the Spellblade, had become quite formidable through their earlier sessions. They tackled increasingly difficult dungeons, their coordination improving with each encounter. "We should try the Frozen Sanctum dungeon," Izuku suggested, opening the dungeon finder. "It's recommended for level 25, but I think we can handle it." Todoroki nodded, navigating his character to join Izuku's party. "The ice-based enemies will be weak to my fire enchantments." The dungeon proved challenging but manageable. Izuku's character provided crowd control with area of effect spells, while Todoroki's Spellblade dealt massive damage to individual targets. When they encountered the final boss, a massive frost 𝗬𝗲𝗄𝗏, they combined their ultimate abilities to defeat it in a single, well-coordinated assault. "Perfect execution," Izuku exclaimed as legendary loot dropped from the defeated boss. "That enchanted staff is perfect for my build." As they continued playing, they gained levels rapidly, eventually reaching level 30 just as the sun began to set outside. "Should we call it a day?" Izuku asked, stretching his arms above his head. "My mom will start to worry if I'm too late." Todoroki nodded, logging out of the game. "One quick match of 𝗬𝗲𝗄𝗏 before we go." Izuku grinned. "You're on." They switched games and jumped into a quick search and destroy match, their teamwork carrying them to a decisive victory. "We should form a proper team," Izuku suggested as they packed up to leave. "Maybe get some of our classmates involved." The walk home was pleasant in the cool evening air, their conversation flowing easily between discussions of game strategies and reflections on their first day as classmates. "So," Todoroki asked as they approached the intersection where they would part ways, "what do you think of school?" Izuku's face broke into a wide smile. "I think I'll like it here. You know, strength decides a lot, but not everything, and I kind of appreciate that." His expression turned determined. "I'll just have to train to become the strongest." They reached the point where their paths diverged. "My house is this way," Izuku said, gesturing down one street. "And yours is that way, right?" Todoroki nodded. "See you tomorrow, Midoriya." As Izuku continued walking toward his home, his mind raced with plans and possibilities. The school's emphasis on strength and improvement resonated with him, offering a clear path forward, one very different from his experience at 𝗓𝗲𝗏. "I need to push forward," he thought, his stride picking up pace, "and be ready to face whatever this school throws at me." The setting sun cast long shadows across the sidewalk as Izuku headed home, filled with determination and, for the first time in a long while, a sense of belonging. The summer breeze danced across the rooftop of Kiryu High School, bringing momentary relief from the July heat. Izuku and Todoroki sat in their usual spot, a secluded corner shaded by the stairwell enclosure, offering both privacy and a commanding view of the school grounds below. Izuku opened his bento, revealing his mother's meticulously prepared meal: grilled salmon with teriyaki glaze, 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗏 rolled with nori, pickled cucumber slices, cherry tomatoes, steamed broccoli, and a generous portion of perfectly cooked rice. His mother always ensured his meals were balanced with proteins and nutrients to support his training regimen. "Can you believe it's our last day before summer break?" Izuku said, breaking their comfortable silence. "After summer, we'll take our first step towards you." Todoroki nodded, methodically opening his own bento. Time passes quickly. Below them, a commotion erupted on the school grounds. A group of freshmen and sophomores were running around, clearly searching for something or someone. Their excited voices carried up to the rooftop, where are Midoriya-senpai and Todoroki-senpai. Izuku let out a breath of relief. I'm glad we chose to eat lunch on the rooftop today, or else we would have been caught up in that. Agreed, Todoroki replied simply, taking a bite of his lunch. Izuku ran a hand through his hair. It wasn't as wild as it used to be. He'd learned to tame the green locks into a stylish, slightly tousled look that suited his matured features. Years of rigorous training had transformed his once lean body into a muscular physique that turned heads wherever he went. He'd even grown taller than he expected, though Todoroki still had a few centimeters on him. Todoroki had changed dramatically as well. He'd decided to focus not just on his quirk but on his physical conditioning too, building a body capable of handling the increasing power of his ice and fire. The result was an impressive, athletic frame that, combined with his striking dual-colored hair and handsome features, gave him an almost princely appearance. His cold, mysterious demeanor only added to the effect, earning him quite the following among the female student population. Izuku, with his bright green eyes, confident posture, and kind demeanor, had his own admirers. Girls would frequently find excuses to talk to him, while guys respected his approachability and willingness to help others. Both he and Todoroki had been offered positions as student council president, but neither wanted the additional workload. They settled for secondary roles instead, contributing without the full administrative burden. I still can't get used to all this popularity, Izuku admitted with a sheepish smile. Never thought that one day I would be the person I am right now. I was always shy and timid, but now, he trailed off, reflecting on how much he'd changed. Todoroki looked up from his meal. You should be accustomed to it by now. Our faces are literally on the achievement wall. And not just one of them, a lot of them. Especially you, Mr. Einstein. Izuku laughed at the nickname his peers had given him after he'd broken the school's academic records. 9 years had passed since he first walked through Kiryu's gates. 9 years of growth, challenge, and transformation. Man, since it's the last day, all those memories are rushing back to me, Izuku said, gazing out at the school grounds below. Playing like a highlight reel of the years that shaped me, second year of middle school 7th grade. Izuku woke up, went through his morning routine, brushing his teeth and showering. As he was walking away from the bathroom mirror, something made him pause and step back. Looking at his reflection, excitement bubbled up inside him, making him jump around with joy. A new law had manifested, the law of light. He could feel it radiating through him, different from any element he'd controlled before. It was pure, powerful, warm yet raging at the same time. He held up his palm and whispered, "Light," watching as photons danced across his fingertips. This will be interesting. At breakfast, he tested a few abilities while his mother prepared his lunch. He discovered he could control light to go in any direction, bending light rays at will. More impressively, he found he could solidify light into tangible constructs, almost like the laser swords he'd seen in movies. Inspired by a childhood cartoon, Pocket Monsters, he thought it was called, Izuku attempted to recreate a solar beam attack. Concentrating intently, he focused light energy between his palms, then released it in a brilliant beam that shot across the kitchen and burned a small hole through the wall. Izuku, his mother cried, rushing over to smack him lightly on the head. Be more careful. If you're going to experiment with new abilities, do it outside. Sorry, Mom, he replied sheepishly, making a mental note to be more cautious with his testing. On his way to school, Izuku jotted down observations about this new law in his quirk analysis notebook, detailing the abilities he'd discovered and hypothesizing about potential applications in combat and rescue scenarios. Third year of middle school 8th grade. On a crisp autumn morning, Izuku awoke and went through his usual routine. Standing before the mirror, excitement surged through him again. Another new law had manifested. The law of space. Immediately, he tried something he'd theorized might be possible, bending space to effectively teleport. Focusing on a spot across his bedroom, he concentrated on folding the space between himself and his destination, compressing the distance to nearly nothing. With a strange, shifting sensation, he found himself instantly on the other side of the room. Amazing! He gasped, examining his hands as if they might reveal the secrets of this new power. He spent the next few minutes experimenting, discovering he could bend space to varying degrees. With practice, he reasoned, he could probably travel instantaneously across much greater distances. But further experimentation would have to wait. Today was the tournament day, the deciding factor for rankings within their grade. One Izuku's final opponent was Rei Katsuragi, a brilliant girl with a quirk called counter barrier. She could create a force field that absorbed incoming attacks, though she hadn't yet developed the ability to redirect that energy with increased power. For now, her barriers simply deflected attacks back at their source. As they faced off in the arena, surrounded by cheering classmates, Izuku decided to push his new spatial abilities to their limits. He began by folding space around himself, appearing to teleport randomly around Mei, making it impossible for her to track his movements or effectively position her barriers. "Stand still," she shouted in frustration, her barriers flickering as she tried to anticipate where he might appear next. That's when inspiration struck. Black holes were essentially extreme warps in spacetime. Focusing intently, Izuku created a miniature gravitational singularity, not as powerful as a true black hole, but strong enough to generate significant pull. When he positioned the singularity near Mei's arm, the one generating her primary barrier. The pull disrupted her control, giving Izuku the opening he needed. In that fraction of a second, he folded space 100 times between his fist and her unprotected side, building tremendous momentum before striking. At the last possible moment, the black hole dissipated as his concentration shifted, and Mei managed to partially move her arm back, absorbing some of the impact. Still, it was enough to send her tumbling out of bounds, securing Izuku's first tournament victory. As the referee declared him the winner, Izuku helped Mei to her feet. "That was incredible," she admitted begrudgingly. "What exactly did you do?" "The law of space," Izuku explained with a grin. "Just discovered it this morning." First year of high school 9th grade. Izuku's eyes snapped open at his usual early hour. Immediately, he felt strange, as if the world around him was moving in slow motion. He sat up, noticing how his blanket seemed to fall with dreamlike slowness. Racing to the mirror, he saw it. Another new law had manifested. The law of time. This is, he whispered, watching as his words appeared to hang in the air, beyond amazing. He realized he was subconsciously manipulating time, slowing it down around him, making it appear as though he was moving incredibly fast. Concentrating, he released his hold, and everything returned to normal speed. Later that day at school, disaster struck. An earthquake shook the building, causing parts of the structure to collapse. Students panicked as debris began falling around them. Without hesitation, Izuku focused his new power. Time slowed to a crawl around him, not completely stopped, as he could feel that would require more energy and control than he currently possessed, but slow enough that falling chunks of ceiling appeared nearly motionless. He had approximately 1 minute of subjective time, though only seconds would pass for everyone else, to make a difference. Moving with purpose, Izuku redirected students to safety, shifted smaller pieces of debris away from paths, and positioned himself to catch a child who had been directly beneath a falling beam. As his control over time slipped away, normal flow resumed. To onlookers, it appeared as though Izuku had moved with impossible speed, suddenly appearing throughout the area to save multiple people simultaneously. The school awarded him a medal for bravery that day, though Izuku was more interested in documenting the capabilities and limitations of his newest law. 1 minute of time manipulation had left him exhausted. Clearly, this was a power that would require significant training to master. Third year of high school 11th grade. Izuku awakened to find his shadow moving independently, stretching and shifting across his bedroom wall as if it were a separate entity. Rushing to the mirror, he discovered his newest manifestation, the law of darkness. This power felt different, ancient, primordial. As Izuku extended his awareness, he could sense every shadow in the house, feeling them like extensions of himself. The darkness wasn't just the absence of light, it was a fundamental force that had existed since before the universe began, the void that had preceded everything. Experimentally, he reached toward his shadow and found he could step into it, emerging from another shadow across the room. A network of infinite connections, linking every darkened corner throughout the world. At night, he felt the law's power intensify. Standing on his balcony under the star-filled sky, Izuku sensed he could be anywhere, anytime, simply by willing it, traveling through the darkness between stars as easily as between shadows in his room. The power was intoxicating, and occasionally Izuku caught himself wondering what it would be like to engulf the world in eternal night. The thought made him chuckle, perhaps a bit too edgy, even for his newly discovered darkness affinity. A few weeks ago, while training with Todoroki, Izuku had a breakthrough. After years of studying his quirk, documenting each law and its applications, he'd begun to consider the broader implications of Archikinesis, the manipulation of laws themselves. That day, with the law of fire active, he pushed beyond simply controlling flames. He focused not just on the fire but on the fundamental rule that defined fire's properties. What if, he'd mused aloud to Todoroki, I don't just control the element, but redefine what the element is? Concentrating intently, Izuku reached for the conceptual underpinning of fire itself and twisted it. The flames dancing across his palm suddenly changed, still visibly fire, still moving and flickering like fire, but radiating cold instead of heat. Cold fire, Todoroki had said, amazed as he held his hand over the frigid flames. You're not just controlling the element anymore. I'm changing the law that governs it, Izuku had finished, excitement lighting his eyes. This is the next level. Present day, the school bell jolted Izuku back to the present, signaling the end of lunch party. He blinked, the memories receding as the rooftop door opened and other students began filtering up for after-lunch socializing. You were lost in thought, Todoroki observed, already packing away his lunch containers. Just remembering, Izuku replied with a smile. We've come a long way, haven't we? The rest of the day passed in a blur of farewells and reminiscence. Izuku greeted students in the hallways, signed a few autographs, and politely declined several heartfelt confessions from underclassmen gathering courage on the last day of school. The final class was with their homeroom teacher, Yamaguchi-sensei, who had guided them from their first day at Kiryu. As they filed into the classroom for the last time, many students were already getting emotional. Yamaguchi-sensei stood before them, pride and sadness mingling on her face. My dear students, she began, her voice thick with emotion, today marks the end of your journey at Kiryu, but it's merely the beginning of your greater adventure. She spoke about perseverance, about staying true to their dreams even when the path grew difficult. She reminded them of how far they'd all come, from nervous children to confident young adults ready to take on the world. Never waver from your path, she emphasized, tears glistening in her eyes. Keep pushing forward. I have absolute faith that each of you will achieve your goals, whatever they may be. Several students, including Izuku, found themselves wiping away tears as she continued, offering practical advice about summer training regimens, recommended reading, and insights into the evolving nature of hero work in modern society. When the final bell rang, a momentary silence fell over the classroom, a collective acknowledgement that this particular chapter was closing, before erupting into a mixture of laughter, tears, and excited chatter about summer plans. As students filed out, each paused to give Yamaguchi-sensei a hug. When it came to Izuku and Todoroki's turn, she embraced them longer than the others. Good luck, you two, she said, squeezing their shoulders. I know you're aiming for you, and I know you'll make it. You're the smartest and strongest students we've ever had at Kiryu. Go out there and make me proud. Make me the teacher who raised the next #1 hero. One outside the school gates, students dispersed in excited groups, the freedom of summer break energizing their steps. Izuku and Todoroki walked together toward the train station, discussing their evening plans. My sister's making katsudon, Todoroki mentioned. She remembers it's your favorite. Izuku grinned. Mayumi-san is too kind. I should bring something, maybe stop by the bakery for dessert. She'd like that, Todoroki agreed. When conversation turned to hero work, Izuku's expression grew more serious. Did you ever think about what it means, becoming a hero, when we know what some of them are really like? Your father, Todoroki's face hardened slightly. That's precisely why I need to become one. To show there's a different way. Izuku nodded. He'd learned about Endeavor's true nature years ago, the harsh training, the arranged quirk marriage, the family suffering hidden behind the number 2 hero's public image. The revelation had shaken Izuku's faith in the hero system, but ultimately strengthened his resolve to become the kind of hero who truly lived up to the ideal. Heroes have dark sides too, Izuku acknowledged. But that doesn't mean the job isn't worth doing. It just means we need to do it better. By the time they reached Todoroki's home, a traditional Japanese mansion with modern security features, the sun was beginning to dip toward the horizon. Fuyumi greeted them at the door, her kind smile welcoming Izuku as she had countless times before. Izuku-kun. Perfect timing, dinner's almost ready, she said, accepting the box of pastries he offered with a grateful bow. Natsuo's here too, he came home from university for the weekend. Dinner with the Todoroki siblings was always pleasant. Natsuo's boisterous energy and Fuyumi's gentle warmth created an atmosphere so different from the tension that pervaded the house when Endeavor was present. Over the years, Izuku had become almost an honorary member of their family circle, the one outsider who understood their complex dynamics without judgment. So Natsuo said between bites of katsudon. Dad must be pleased you're following in his footsteps, Shoto. A shadow briefly crossed Todoroki's face. I'm not doing it for him. Of course not, Fuyumi quickly interjected, shooting Natsuo a warning glance. You're doing it because it's what you want. And you'll make an amazing hero, both of you will. After dinner, Izuku helped clear the table, chatting easily with Fuyumi about her teaching job while Todoroki and Natsuo washed dishes. There was a comfortable familiarity to it all. These people had become like extended family to him over the years. When the kitchen was clean, Todoroki led Izuku to the private training facility at the back of the property. Unlike the harsh, utilitarian space where Endeavor had once forced his son to train until exhaustion, this area had been redesigned with both functionality and comfort in mind, a project Todoroki had undertaken with his siblings' help once he was old enough to assert some control over his training environment. The law of space today, right? Todoroki confirmed, removing his school uniform jacket and rolling up his sleeves. Let's see how it pairs against my latest technique. Izuku grinned, entering the reinforced training area. Don't hold back. What followed was a spectacular display of skill and power. Todoroki had recently mastered a technique that combined his ice and fire simultaneously, creating superheated steam explosions and flash-frozen flame patterns that were as appealing as they were dangerous. Izuku countered with spatial manipulations far beyond what he'd first demonstrated years ago. He no longer simply compressed distances or created basic distortions. Now he could fold space around himself to appear in multiple locations simultaneously, creating afterimages that confused Todoroki's targeting. Try this, Izuku called, creating a series of localized pocket dimensions that trapped and redirected Todoroki's attacks back at him from unexpected angles. Todoroki responded with a sweeping wave of alternating ice and fire, forcing Izuku to use his most impressive technique, briefly generating a gravitational singularity similar to a miniature black hole that absorbed the thermal energy before Izuku safely dispersed it. New trick? Todoroki asked, narrowly dodging as Izuku briefly compressed all the space between them, making his attack appear to come from everywhere at once. Been working on it, Izuku confirmed, dispersing a small singularity he'd used to capture Todoroki's flames. The space inside a black hole represents the ultimate spatial distortion, where the laws of physics as we understand them break down. I can't maintain anything close to a real one for more than a split second, but even that has interesting applications. They moved with the synchronicity of long-time training partners, each anticipating the other's strategies while continuously innovating their own. It wasn't about winning, it was about pushing each other to new heights, finding weaknesses in their techniques, and developing countermeasures for various scenarios they might face at you. After nearly 2 hours of intensive training, they finally called it quits, both drenched in sweat but invigorated by the session. That new flame ice fusion is incredible, Izuku commented as they cooled down with stretches. The temperature contrast creates unpredictable air currents that make spatial manipulation more challenging. Todoroki nodded, taking a long drink from his water bottle. Your space compression is getting faster. I barely saw you move that last time. They continued analyzing their performance, suggesting improvements and planning future training sessions. This mutual critique had been central to their growth over the years, honest feedback without ego or judgment. After washing up and changing into casual clothes, they settled in Todoroki's room, discussing their 𝗬𝗍 application strategies. Though it was getting late, neither seemed ready to end this final day of their high school career. It's strange to think that the next time we're in a classroom, it could be at 𝗬𝗍, Izuku mused, leaning back against the wall. If we pass the entrance exam, Todoroki reminded him. When we pass, Izuku corrected with a confident smile. After everything we've overcome to get here, a mere entrance exam isn't going to stop us. Todoroki's expression softened slightly, the closest he usually came to a smile. You still have that optimism. Even after all these years. Someone has to balance out your stoicism, Izuku teased. As the night grew later, Fuyumi knocked gently on the door to inform them she'd prepared the guest room for Izuku. This, too, was familiar. He had stayed over countless times during their years of friendship. Lying in bed later, Izuku stared at the ceiling, mind whirling with memories and possibilities. From that first day at Kiryu, terrified and uncertain, to now, confident, powerful, and on the verge of pursuing his dream at 𝗬𝗍. Alongside his best friend. The journey had changed him in ways he never could have imagined. I need to push forward, he thought, determination settling over him like a comfortable blanket, and be ready to face whatever 𝗬𝗍 throws at me. Plus tomorrow would begin their summer training regimen, more intense than ever before, designed to prepare them for 𝗬𝗍's notorious entrance exam. But for tonight, Izuku allowed himself to simply appreciate how far he'd come and the friendship that had helped shape his path. One the future awaited, and Izuku Midoriya was ready to claim it. 3 weeks into summer break, the rising sun cast long shadows across 𝗬𝗍𝗵𝗃 Beach. Where piles of trash and abandoned appliances had once dominated the shoreline, clean sand was gradually becoming visible again. Izuku and Todoroki had made it their morning routine to spend 2 hours clearing the beach, partly as community service, partly as physical training. Izuku hefted an old refrigerator onto his shoulder, the law of Earth active today, allowing him to manipulate its weight and density. Sweat glistened on his brow as he carried it to the growing pile of appliances they'd set aside for proper disposal. That's the last of the large items in this section, he called to Todoroki, who was using controlled bursts of fire to melt down smaller metal objects. Todoroki extinguished the flames dancing across his palm and surveyed their progress. Nearly half the beach had been restored to its natural state, gleaming sand instead of rusted metal and broken glass. He wiped his forehead with the back of his hand. I think we should take a break today, Todoroki suggested, his mismatched eyes scanning Izuku's form. We've been pushing ourselves non-stop for 3 weeks. Overworking leads to diminishing returns and potential injury. Izuku opened his mouth to protest but caught himself. His friend was right. Their training regimen had been relentless. Early morning runs, quirk practice, beach cleanup, combat drills, academic study, and specialized exercises designed to strengthen their limitations. They'd barely taken time to breathe. You know what? You're right, Izuku agreed, letting the tension drain from his shoulders. All work and no play makes for inefficient training. What should we do instead? Whatever normal teenagers do on summer break, I suppose, Todoroki replied, the faintest hint of uncertainty in his voice. Izuku grinned. Despite years of friendship, Todoroki still sometimes struggled with the concept of normal fun. Growing up in Endeavor's household hadn't exactly provided many opportunities for carefree enjoyment. I've got some ideas, Izuku said, clapping a hand on Todoroki's shoulder. Let's start with the arcade. The game center hero, Musutafu's largest arcade, was already bustling despite the early hour. Neon lights flashed across rows of gaming cabinets while electronic music and sound effects created a cacophony of excitement. Izuku led Todoroki straight to a fighting game cabinet emblazoned with images of pro heroes. Hero Fighter V. It's the latest version with updated character rosters. They even have Edge Shot now. Todoroki watched as Izuku inserted coins and selected All Might as his character. After a moment's hesitation, Todoroki chose Hawks, the winged hero. The controls are pretty straightforward, Izuku explained, demonstrating a few basic combos. What began as a simple tutorial quickly evolved into an intense competition. Todoroki, despite his initial unfamiliarity with the game, proved to be a quick learner with excellent reflexes. Before long, they were drawing a small crowd as they executed perfect counters and spectacular special moves. United States of Smash. Izuku shouted along with his character, as All Might delivered a devastating finishing blow to Hawks. 2 out of 3, Todoroki challenged, a competitive spark in his eyes. They moved from game to game, racing simulators where Izuku's spatial awareness gave him an edge, rhythm games where Todoroki's precise timing earned him top scores, and even a cooperative zombie shooter where they cleared the entire game without continuing once. At the crane game, Izuku spent 10 minutes skillfully maneuvering the controls to win a limited edition hero plushie, a small Eraserhead figure that looked perpetually annoyed. For my collection, he explained with a hint of embarrassment, tucking it into his bag. I didn't realize you still collected those, Todoroki commented. Some habits die hard, Izuku admitted with a shrug. Besides, they're becoming valuable collector's items. Their final stop was the photo booth, where Izuku insisted they take commemorate pictures. The resulting SRP showed 4 shots, both looking serious in the first, Izuku grinning while Todoroki remained stoic in the second, both making peace signs in the third, Todoroki's clearly at Izuku's insistence, and the final shot capturing a rare moment, both laughing genuinely after Izuku had said something just before the flash. That was fun, Todoroki admitted as they exited the arcade, photo SRP safely tucked into Izuku's wallet. And we're just getting started. I'm starving, let's hit the street food market next. The Musutafu Summer Food Festival was in full swing, with dozens of stalls lining the pedestrian shopping district. Delicious aromas filled the air, making Izuku's stomach growl in anticipation. They started with takoyaki, crispy spheres of batter filled with octopus pieces, drizzled with sauce and bonito flakes that danced from the heat. Izuku watched with amusement as Todoroki blew carefully on each piece before eating, despite being able to regulate temperature with his quirk. Next came yakisoba, stir-fried noodles with vegetables and pork, which they ate standing beside a small fountain. They followed this with carriage fried chicken pieces, ikayaki grilled squid on skewers, and taiyaki fish-shaped pastries filled with red bean paste. Try this, Izuku insisted, handing Todoroki a chocolate-covered banana on a stick. Todoroki eyed it suspiciously before taking a cautious bite. His eyes widened slightly. It's good. See. Street food is amazing, Izuku said through a mouthful of his own banana. Oh. We should get kakigori next, shaved ice with syrup. You can have strawberry, and I'll get melon. As they wandered through the market, occasionally stopping for more snacks, Izuku noticed something he rarely saw. Todoroki completely relaxed. No vigilant scanning of surroundings, no tense shoulders, just his friend enjoying a summer day. We should do this more often, Izuku commented as they finished their shaved ice. What eat until we can barely move? Todoroki asked, though the question lacked his usual dry tone. Izuku laughed. No, well, yes, but I meant taking breaks. Having fun. Being normal teenagers for a day. Todoroki considered this, then nodded. It's nice. Next stop, mall, Izuku declared, tossing their empty containers in a nearby trash bin. I need new training shoes, and you mentioned wanting to update your wardrobe, right? Kiyoshi Ward Shopping Mall was crowded with summer shoppers enjoying the air conditioning and seasonal sales. Izuku and Todoroki navigated through the throngs of people, stopping first at a sporting goods store where Izuku found a pair of high-performance running shoes designed to withstand extreme conditions. Perfect for whatever you throws at us, he explained, examining the reinforced soles and breathable material. At a casual clothing store, Todoroki reluctantly allowed Izuku to help him select items beyond his usual plain t-shirts and utilitarian pants. They emerged with bags containing several new outfits, including a blue button-down shirt that, as Izuku insisted, really brings out your eyes. Both of them? Todoroki had asked with rare dry humor. Especially the blue one, Izuku had replied without missing a beat. Their shopping continued at a support item specialty store, where they browsed equipment that could complement their quirks. Izuku purchased compression gloves designed to channel elemental powers more efficiently, while Todoroki found insulated boots that would prevent his ice from spreading unintentionally during precision work. As they exited the mall, bags in hand, the sun was beginning its descent toward the horizon, painting the sky in brilliant oranges and pinks. "We've got time for one more activity," Izuku noted, checking his watch. "Want to catch a movie? The new Dark Shadow film just came out." "One, the horror one?" Todoroki asked. "Yeah. Dark Shadow, The Haunting, is supposed to be terrifying. Based on the director's son but fictionalized, of course." Todoroki shrugged. "Why not?" The theater was packed for the evening showing, but they managed to find seats in the middle section. Armed with a large popcorn to share and 2 sodas, they settled in as the lights dimmed. The film followed a fictionalized version of the hero Dark Shadow, reimagining his quirk as a sentient entity with a mind of its own that occasionally broke free to torment those who had wronged its host. The special effects were impressive, creating genuinely suspenseful moments as the shadow moved independently through darkened rooms, reaching for unsuspecting victims. During one particularly tense scene, a jump scare caused half the audience, including Izuku, to flinch violently. Popcorn flew everywhere, and Izuku nearly knocked over his drink. Beside him, Todoroki remained perfectly composed, though Izuku could have sworn he saw amusement flicker in his friend's eyes. "Did you know that was coming?" Izuku whispered accusingly. "No," Todoroki whispered back. "I just don't find it particularly frightening compared to—" He stopped abruptly. Izuku didn't need him to finish. Compared to growing up with 𝗵𝗃𝗄, a fictional monster was hardly terrifying. By the film 𝗬𝗵𝗃𝗁, the protagonist had learned to embrace his shadow rather than fear it, using its power to save the city from a greater threat. As the credits rolled, the audience applauded enthusiastically. "That was actually pretty good," Izuku admitted as they exited the theater into the cool evening air. "What did you think?" "The quirk science was questionable," Todoroki replied, always the pragmatist. "But the character development was compelling." "High praise coming from you," Izuku laughed. "Are you secretly becoming a film critic?" They continued discussing the movie as they walked through the city streets, now illuminated by street lamps. The night was peaceful, the air still warm from the day's heat. "That scene where he used his shadow to create a shield was interesting," Izuku was saying. "It reminded me of how I manipulated darkness when I had that law." "I wonder if—" A massive explosion cut him off mid-sentence. The ground shook beneath their feet as flames erupted from a building 2 blocks away. People scattered, screaming and running in the opposite direction. Izuku and Todoroki locked eyes for a moment, a silent understanding passing between them. Without a word, they sprinted toward the chaos. The scene was pandemonium. A convenience store had been blown apart, debris scattered across the street. Water from broken pipes sprayed into the air, and small fires burned among the wreckage. A few injured civilians huddled behind overturned cars, pointing fearfully toward the source of destruction. Standing amid the devastation was a monstrous figure that made Izuku's breath catch in his throat. The villain had the upper body of a shark, complete with a massive, triangular head filled with rows of serrated teeth. Dorsal fins ran down his spine, ending in a powerful shark tail that swished behind him. His skin was an electric blue that seemed to glisten wetly under the streetlights. Despite his aquatic features, he stood on 2 powerfully muscled human legs, and his arms, bulging with inhuman strength, ended in clawed hands that were currently tearing open an ATM. "We need to evacuate the civilians first," Izuku whispered, assessing the situation rapidly. "Then contain him before he causes more damage." Todoroki nodded. I'll create a barrier with my ice to protect the civilians. You distract him. They moved with practiced coordination. Todoroki slid forward on an ice path, erecting a thick wall between the injured bystanders and the shark villain. Meanwhile, Izuku channeled his earth law, compressing the asphalt beneath the villain's feet to create an uneven surface that threatened his balance. Hey Jaws! Izuku called out. Isn't it past your feeding time? The villain whirled around, his small, black eyes glinting with malice. His massive jaw opened, revealing even more teeth than were visible when closed. Who the hell are you supposed to be, kid? His voice was deep and guttural, as if he were speaking underwater. Just a concerned citizen, Izuku replied, shifting into a fighting stance. Put down the money and step away from the building. The shark villain laughed, a sound like water churning through rocks. A wannabe hero. I'll enjoy tearing you apart. He lunged with surprising speed for his bulky frame, jaws snapping at where Izuku had been standing a moment before. But Izuku had already dodged, using his earth law to propel himself upward and away by manipulating the density of the ground beneath his feet. While airborne, Izuku gathered debris from the destroyed storefront, concrete chunks, metal pipes, and shards of glass, compressing them into dense projectiles that he launched at the villain. The shark man batted most away with his massive arms, but a few struck home, drawing grunts of pain. He responded by grabbing a nearby car and hurling it toward Izuku with terrifying strength. Before the vehicle could make contact, a wall of ice intercepted it, freezing it in place. Todoroki had finished securing the civilians and now joined the fight, sending a wave of frost toward the villain's feet. Sharks are sensitive to temperature changes, Todoroki stated calmly. Extreme cold should inhibit his movement significantly. The villain roared in anger as ice encased his legs. He thrashed violently, his powerful tail smashing through some of the ice, but not before Izuku had capitalized on the opening. Using his earth law, Izuku liquefied the ground beneath the villain, creating quicksand-like conditions that further restricted his movement. Then, with precise control, he solidified selected portions to create restraints around the villain's arms. Clever, the shark man snarled, struggling against his bonds. But not clever enough. With a surge of strength, he shattered the earthen restraints and broke free of the ice, sending fragments flying in all directions. One sharp shard grazed Izuku's cheek, drawing a thin line of BLD, Plan B, Todoroki asked, sliding into position beside Izuku. Combination attack, Izuku confirmed. Earth Crucible. This was a move they'd practiced countless times during their training sessions, a perfect blend of their quirks designed to subdue even the most powerful opponents. Izuku stomped his foot, causing the ground beneath the villain to rise up and form a bowl-shaped depression. As the shark man fought to maintain his balance, Todoroki unleashed a massive blast of fire, superheating the air above the earthen bowl. Then came the decisive move. Todoroki switched to ice, flash freezing the area around the villain while Izuku simultaneously compressed the earth, creating extreme pressure from all sides. The rapid temperature change combined with the crushing pressure cracked the villain's tough blue skin and sapped his strength. With a final growl that faded into a whimper, the shark villain collapsed, unconscious but still breathing. We did it! Izuku exclaimed, breathing heavily from exertion. Their victory was short-lived. In the distance, sirens wailed, growing louder by the second. A voice called out from several blocks away, "Over here! I saw something this way." Todoroki and Izuku exchanged alarmed glances. They weren't licensed heroes yet. Engaging in direct combat with villains, even in self-defense, occupied a legal gray area that could potentially jeopardize their applications. Time to go, Izuku said, already backing away. What about him? Todoroki asked, nodding toward the unconscious villain. He's secured and the authorities are almost here. Let's not complicate things. They slipped away just as police cars turned the corner, disappearing down a side alley and blending into the evening crowd several blocks away. As they walked home under the rising moon, the adrenaline of the fight gradually gave way to a contemplative mood. That was, Izuku began. Exhilarating, Todoroki finished for him, surprising Izuku with his choice of word. Yeah, Izuku agreed with a grin. Our combination worked perfectly. The timing on that temperature shift was impeccable. Your earth manipulation has gotten more precise, Todoroki observed. You maintained exact pressure without crushing him completely. They continued analyzing their performance, noting areas for improvement and celebrating successful maneuvers. Despite the seriousness of the situation, neither could fully suppress the satisfaction of having actually put their training to use against a real threat. I think we're ready, Izuku said as they reached the intersection where their paths home diverged. For you, I mean. The full moon hung low in the sky before them, casting their long shadows behind them. It seemed symbolic somehow, standing at a crossroads, the path ahead illuminated by the same light. 3 more weeks until the entrance exam, Todoroki remarked, looking up at the moon. We should train in different scenarios. Urban environments, forested areas, rescue situations. And rest occasionally, Izuku added with a smile. Today was fun. Thanks for suggesting it. Todoroki nodded, the corner of his mouth turning up slightly. It was. As they parted ways, Izuku felt a renewed sense of purpose. The villain fight had confirmed what years of training had been building toward. They were ready to take the next step. The path to becoming heroes stretched before them, as clear and bright as the moonlit street. Plus tomorrow would bring another day of training, another 𝗧𝗵𝗲, another step toward their shared dream. But tonight had reminded them that the journey itself was worth savoring. A wave of heat shimmered above 𝗬𝗏𝗏 Municipal Beach. Almost 6 weeks of relentless summer training had baked the sand white, while the air hung heavy with humidity. The noon sun beat down mercilessly on Izuku and Todoroki as they rose from their brief 30-minute break, their bodies glistening with sweat, muscles still warm from the morning's grueling exercises. They had just finished clearing the last of the debris from the beach, a project that had started as training but evolved into something more meaningful. Standing amid the pristine sand, they surveyed their work with quiet satisfaction before turning to face each other. Let's spar, they said simultaneously, then laughed at the coincidence. The humor quickly faded as a serious atmosphere settled between them. Tomorrow marked the final day of summer break. Soon, they would face the entrance exam, the culmination of years of preparation. We're putting everything into this fight, Izuku stated, his green eyes blazing with determination. A golden glow emanated from his skin as the law of light activated within him. We're coming at each other with the intention to not kill, but to seriously injure, almost to the point of death. Only then will we really see how far we've come. Todoroki nodded, his mismatched eyes reflecting both resolve and respect. Agreed. They separated, creating distance between them on the open beach. The waves crashed rhythmically in the background, a natural timer for what would be their most intense battle yet. The air around them stilled as they assessed each other. Izuku felt the law of light humming through his veins, photons dancing at his fingertips, ready to be shaped by his will. Across from him, Todoroki stood perfectly balanced, right side frosting over while heat shimmered from his left. In an instant, the stillness shattered. Todoroki struck first, sending a massive wave of ice surging across the sand. The craftsmanship was impeccable, no longer the crude ice walls of his younger days, but an intricate structure of razor-sharp spires and interconnected barriers, formed in mere seconds. Izuku responded by concentrating light into his palms and releasing a brilliant flash that temporarily blinded Todoroki. In that moment of distraction, he transformed light particles into semi-solid platforms beneath his feet, using them to leap high above the ice formation. Your ice construction has gotten incredibly detailed, Izuku called down, genuinely impressed despite the circumstances. It's like watching an artist at work. From his aerial vantage point, Izuku gathered light into concentrated beams, firing them at strategic points in Todoroki's ice structure. The precision was surgical, not aiming to harm Todoroki directly, but to weaken key support points in his defense. Todoroki shielded his eyes, adjusting to the intense brightness. And your control over light has improved beyond recognition, he responded, tracking Izuku's movement despite the glare. But light isn't just about brightness. With that, Todoroki unleashed his fire, not in a wild blast but in a focused stream that heated the air around Izuku, creating a thermal updraft that disrupted his light platforms. The scientific application behind the move showed Todoroki's growing tactical understanding, using heat to affect air density and, by extension, the way light traveled through it. Izuku felt his footing destabilize as his light platforms wavered in the distorted air. He adapted quickly, converting the platforms into a light slide that carried him safely to the ground, away from the collapsing ice structures. Thermal refraction. Izuku grinned, his mind racing with admiration even as he readied his next attack. Brilliant! Both combatants were sweating profusely now, not just from the heat but from the intense concentration required to maintain such precise quirk control. Yet their eyes sparkled with excitement. This was what they had trained for, the challenge they craved. Izuku focused deeply, calling upon an advanced application of the law of light. He bent the photons around his body, effectively rendering himself invisible. It wasn't perfect, a slight shimmer betrayed his movement, but it was enough to make his exact position difficult to pinpoint. Todoroki responded by coating the ground around him with a thin sheet of ice, creating a reflective surface that would reveal any disturbance. Simultaneously, he created a ring of low-intensity flames that would react to Izuku's passage. Clever, Izuku's voice came from somewhere to Todoroki's left. But what if I do this? Suddenly, 4 identical light projections of Izuku appeared around Todoroki, each one mimicking his stance and movement perfectly. The real Izuku, still invisible, circled silently. Todoroki remained calm, eyes scanning methodically. Holograms, he assessed. Impressive, but they won't have physical impact. To test his theory, Todoroki sent precisely controlled ice shards through each projection. 3 passed through harmlessly, but the 4th connected with something solid, earning a grunt of pain. Found you, Todoroki declared, immediately directing a controlled blast of fire toward the now revealed Izuku. But it was a trap. The Izuku that had reacted was actually a solid light construct, a technique Izuku had been perfecting all summer. The real Izuku appeared behind Todoroki, hands glowing with concentrated light energy. Solar Strike, he shouted, driving his light-enhanced fist toward Todoroki's back. At the last possible second, Todoroki spun, creating a shield of ice reinforced with a thin layer of flame on its outer surface. The combination absorbed much of the impact, though the force still sent him skidding backward across the sand. That would have broken several ribs, Todoroki acknowledged, wiping BLD from a cut on his cheek where the ice shield had partially shattered. Your light constructs are nearly solid now. And your reaction time is incredible, Izuku replied, shaking out his hand. The impact had jarred his wrist painfully. They circled each other, both breathing heavily but far from exhausted. The sand beneath them was a chaotic landscape of ice formations, scorched patches, and strange crystalline structures where intense light had superheated and fused the silica. Second phase, Todoroki suggested, his voice calm despite the beads of sweat trailing down his face. Absolutely, Izuku agreed, his eyes glowing with golden light. Todoroki took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. Then, with perfect control, he activated both sides simultaneously in a way he'd never managed before. Ice and fire swirled around him not as separate entities but as a unified force, fire that didn't melt the ice but somehow coexisted with it. The temperature differential created localized weather phenomena, miniature storm clouds forming above them, charged with static electricity. That's new, Izuku breathed, genuinely awed. I've been working on temperature gradient control, Todoroki explained, his voice strained with concentration. Creating atmospheric disturbances by manipulating extreme temperature differences in close proximity. The demonstration was cut short as Todoroki unleashed his creation. A blast of superheated air followed immediately by flash-freezing cold created a pressure wave that rocketed toward Izuku with devastating force. Izuku had seconds to react. Drawing on his deepest understanding of the law of light, he created a prismatic barrier, layers of light at different frequencies and angles that would disperse and redirect the incoming attack. The collision was spectacular. The pressure wave hit Izuku's light barrier and refracted into a rainbow of energy that scattered in all directions. Sand was blown into fantastic shapes, and the air itself seemed to warp with the release of energy. Through the chaos, Izuku charged forward. Light gathered around his limbs, enhancing his speed and striking power. He moved in a blur, raining blows on Todoroki's defenses from multiple angles, each impact reinforced with concentrated light energy. Todoroki met the assault with remarkable adaptability, switching between ice and fire with split-second precision. Where Izuku struck with light-enhanced kicks, ice shields materialized. When Izuku fired beams of cutting light, walls of flame dispersed them. To observers, it would have appeared as a dance of elemental forces, golden light clashing against crimson flame and crystalline ice, neither combatant yielding ground, both pushing their quirks to limits they'd never before reached. "Your endurance has improved," Todoroki noted, blocking a light blade with an ice gauntlet that covered his forearm. "You would have started tiring by now last year." "Your precision is what impresses me," Izuku replied, ducking under a focused fire 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗃. "You haven't wasted a single joule of energy." As the battle continued, their movements became more fluid, more instinctive. They read each other with the familiarity born of years training together, anticipating feints and counters before they manifested. The shadows lengthened across the beach as afternoon gave way to evening. Neither had noticed the passage of time, locked as they were in their private war of skill and power. Izuku gathered light from the setting sun, compressing it into a sphere between his palms. The concentration was so intense that the air around it warped, sand rising to orbit the miniature star he'd created. Across from him, Todoroki prepared his ultimate technique, a perfect fusion of his dual quirk. Ice particles suspended in superheated air, creating a plasma-like state that glowed with blue-white intensity. Their eyes met across the battlefield, and a silent understanding passed between them. This would be the final exchange, all or nothing. "Ready," Izuku called, his voice hoarse from exertion. "Always," Todoroki replied, his dual-colored hair plastered to his forehead with sweat, yet his stance unwavering. They launched their attacks simultaneously. Izuku's compressed light exploded forward in a beam of pure solar energy, while Todoroki's ice-fire fusion erupted in a controlled cataclysm of elemental power. The two forces met in the center of the beach with a thunderous impact that sent shockwaves across the water, creating momentary tsunamis that crashed back onto shore. Sand was instantaneously vitrified into glass, and the air became supercharged with conflicting energies. For a moment, it seemed the two attacks were perfectly matched, neither gaining ground, both combatants pouring every ounce of remaining strength into their quirks. Then, simultaneously, both techniques began to destabilize. Izuku's light beam fractured into thousands of radiant shards, while Todoroki's ice-fire fusion dissipated into a swirling vortex of rapidly cooling steam. The backlash sent both fighters flying in opposite directions. Izuku crashed into the remnants of an ice formation, while Todoroki was thrown against the seawall at the edge of the beach. Silence fell, broken only by the sound of heavy breathing and the gentle lapping of waves returning to their natural rhythm. After what seemed like an eternity, Izuku pushed himself to his feet, every muscle screaming in protest. Across the devastated beach, he saw Todoroki doing the same, using a partially melted ice pillar for support. They limped toward each other, meeting in the center of a perfect circle of glass that their final clash had created. Both were bloodied and battered, their training clothes torn and singed, yet their expressions held nothing but mutual respect and satisfaction. "Draw," Izuku suggested, offering a shaky hand. "Draw," Todoroki agreed, clasping it firmly. They stood there as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across their battlefield. Despite their exhaustion, both were smiling, genuine, uninhibited smiles rarely seen on either of their faces. "That was," Izuku began. "Everything we needed," Todoroki finished for him. They looked around at the transformed beach, ice sculptures melting in the evening air, glass formations glittering in the fading light, scorch marks creating abstract patterns across the sand. It would return to its natural state eventually, but for now, It stood as testament to how far they had come. "I think we're ready," Izuku said softly, still catching his breath. "For you, for whatever comes next." Todoroki nodded, his mismatched eyes reflecting the last golden rays of sunshine. "One day left. We should rest." "Agreed. No training tomorrow. We need to be at full strength for the exam." As they gathered their belongings, supporting each other as they limped away from the beach, the first stars appeared in the darkening sky. Neither spoke much on their journey home, but they didn't need to. The battle had said everything necessary about their growth, their readiness, and their unshakable bond. Tomorrow would be a day of rest. The day after would begin the next chapter of their journey. But tonight, as they parted ways at their usual intersection, both carried with them the absolute certainty that whatever challenges you might present, they would face them head-on, together. The digital clock flashed 5 a.m. Izuku's eyes snapped open, his mind immediately alert despite the early hour. Today was the day, the entrance exam. The culmination of years of preparation, training, and growth. He sat up, stretching his arms overhead as he focused inward, sensing which law had manifested for him today. The familiar tingling sensation spread through his body, but with a different quality than usual, a deeper, more fundamental connection to the universe around him. "The law of time," Izuku whispered, a smile spreading across his face. It was one of the rarer laws in his rotation, appearing perhaps once every few months, but its applications were extraordinary. He'd spent significant effort mastering this particular law during its previous manifestations. Now, he could stop time completely for up to 5 minutes, 10 if he pushed himself to his absolute limit, though the strain afterward was considerable. More impressively, he could manipulate temporal progression for specific objects or organisms, reverting them to previous states or advancing them forward along their natural timeline. One Izuku held up an apple from the bowl on his nightstand. Taking a bite, he chewed thoughtfully before focusing on the fruit. The bite mark shimmered and reversed, the apple returning to its unblemished state. Then, with another application of his power, he accelerated time locally. The apple browned, shriveled, and eventually collapsed into dust in his palm. 3, perfect for today, he murmured, brushing the apple dust from his hand. The control is getting better. After a quick shower and his morning stretches, Izuku padded quietly to the kitchen, knowing his mother would still be asleep. He prepared a hearty breakfast for them both: grilled fish, miso soup, steamed rice, and 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗃. After setting aside a portion for himself, he arranged his mother's breakfast on a tray with a small vase containing a single morning glory he'd picked from their balcony garden. He ate quickly but methodically, reviewing mental notes about potential exam scenarios. When he finished, he carried the tray to his mother's room, setting it gently on her bedside table along with a note: "Gone to take the entrance exam. Wish me luck. Love." Izuku, after slipping on his shoes and taking one last look at himself in the hallway mirror, no longer the timid boy who had transferred to Kiryu all those years ago, but a confident young man ready to claim his future, Izuku stepped out into the cool morning air. The walk to the train station was peaceful, the city just beginning to wake. As he turned the corner near the station entrance, a familiar figure with dual-colored hair came into view. "Todoroki," Izuku called, quickening his pace to catch up. "Morning. Ready for today?" Todoroki nodded in greeting, but something in his expression seemed off. "Midoriya, there's something I need to tell you." They moved to the side of the station entrance as commuters streamed past them. "What is it?" Izuku asked, concerned by his friend's unusually somber tone. "I won't be taking the entrance exam with you today," Todoroki stated, his mismatched eyes meeting Izuku's directly. "My father he arranged for me to enter through the recommendation track without telling me. I only found out last night when the official letter arrived." "Oh," Izuku said, processing this unexpected development. That's fine. I mean, congratulations. The recommendation students are considered the best of the best." Todoroki frowned slightly. "It feels wrong. We were supposed to face this challenge together." "Hey," Izuku placed a hand on Todoroki's shoulder, "don't worry about it. We'll still be attending you together, right? That's what matters." Besides, the recommendation students have their own special test, don't they? So you'll still have to prove yourself. Yes, but it's later today. I'll be finished before your practical exam begins, Todoroki explained. I'm planning to stay and watch your exam. They allow recommendation students to observe from a special viewing area. Izuku's face brightened. Then you better cheer me on. I'll show you a performance worthy of Kiryu's top student. A ghost of a smile touched Todoroki's lips. I expect nothing less. They boarded the train together, discussing strategies for their respective tests until they reached the massive 𝗂𝗧𝗵𝗃 campus. The main gate stood imposingly before them, the gold 𝗧𝗵𝗃 emblem gleaming in the morning sunlight. This is where we split up, Todoroki said as they reached a junction in the campus pathway. Recommendation students report to the East Building. Good luck with your test, Izuku offered. Though I doubt you'll need it. Same to you, Todoroki replied. Show them what you're capable of, Midoriya. With a final nod, they parted ways. Todoroki toward the smaller, more exclusive testing facility for recommended students, and Izuku toward the main auditorium where general applicants were gathering. The examination hall was already filling with prospective students when Izuku arrived. He found a seat near the middle, observing his competition with analytical interest. Many appeared nervous, fidgeting in their seats or mumbling to themselves. Others projected confidence, perhaps to mask their own anxiety. A few seemed genuinely calm, likely those with powerful quirks who had prepared thoroughly. As the room filled, proctors distributed examination booklets and answer sheets. The written portion would come first, 2 hours to complete a comprehensive assessment covering everything from Japanese and mathematics to ethics and quirk theory. When the signal to begin was given, Izuku flipped open his booklet and began working methodically through the questions. Years of advanced study at Kiryu had prepared him well. Most questions seemed straightforward, while the more challenging ones merely required careful thought rather than presenting any real difficulty. He completed the final question with a satisfied nod, then flipped back through the booklet to double-check his work. Satisfied, he glanced at the clock. Only 20 minutes had passed. Looking around, he saw other students still hunched over their papers, expressions ranging from intense concentration to barely concealed panic. Izuku approached the proctor's desk and handed in his completed exam. The proctor, a stern-looking woman with cat-like eyes, glanced at him skeptically. Are you certain you're finished, young man? You have plenty of time remaining. I've double-checked all my answers, Izuku assured her. I'm confident in my work. She took his papers with raised eyebrows. Very well. Proceed to 𝗵𝗵𝗃𝗵𝗃 for the practical exam briefing. You'll have some time to wait, as it won't begin until all examinees have completed the written portion. Izuku thanked her and made his way through the sprawling 𝗂𝗧𝗵𝗃 campus to the designated gymnasium. It was empty when he arrived, as expected. The vast space echoed with his footsteps as he found a seat in the stadium-style seating area. With time to spare and the morning's early start catching up to him, Izuku decided a quick power nap would help him stay sharp for the practical exam. He set an alarm on his phone, leaned back in his seat, and closed his eyes, letting his mind drift while remaining partially aware of his surroundings, a skill honed through years of meditation training. He awoke to the sound of voices echoing through the gymnasium. Opening his eyes, Izuku saw that other examinees had begun filtering in, those who, like him, had finished the written exam early. Straightening in his seat, he observed as the room gradually filled with prospective heroes. A blue-haired boy with glasses entered, his movements precise and formal. A girl with rosy cheeks and a nervous smile found a seat near the front. A boy with spiky red hair chatted animatedly with another whose elbows had unusual protrusions. The diversity of appearances likely reflected an equally diverse range of quirks. When the gymnasium had filled, the lights dimmed except for a spotlight on the central stage. Pro-hero present Mike bounded into view, his trademark directional speaker collar gleaming under the light. Welcome, listeners. His voice boomed throughout the gymnasium, causing several students to wince at the volume. Are you ready to hear about the 𝗂𝗧𝗵𝗃 practical entrance exam? Let me hear you say, 𝗧𝗃. The gymnasium remained silent, students exchanging awkward glances. Tough crowd. 𝗵𝘃𝗃 continued undeterred. Alright, here's the dealio. After this presentation, you'll be heading to your assigned testing locations for a 10-minute mock urban battle. The large screen behind him illuminated with an image of a city grid, sectioned into different areas labeled from A through G. Each battle center replicates different urban environments. You'll be assigned one based on your examinee number to prevent friends from cooperating. Isn't that fair? Again, silence greeted his question. Inside these battle centers, you'll face 3 types of villain robots. The screen changed to show silhouettes of mechanical opponents. Each is worth different point values based on their difficulty. Your goal is simple: use your quirk to immobilize these villains and earn points. Attacking other examinees is strictly prohibited. As 𝗵𝘃𝗃 continued his explanation, the blue-haired examinee's hand shot up. Excuse me, may I ask a question? He called out without waiting for acknowledgement. Hit me. 𝗵𝘃𝗃 pointed dramatically at the student. On the printout, there are clearly 4 types of villains listed, not 3. If this is an error on official materials, it is incredibly unprofessional. We are all here to become exemplary heroes and expect you to maintain the highest standards. 𝗵𝘃𝗃 grinned widely. Good catch, examinee 7111. The 4th villain is worth 0 points. Consider it an obstacle to be avoided rather than confronted. It will rampage through the battle center when there's little time remaining. With the explanation complete and course cards distributed indicating battle center assignments, the examinees were directed to change into appropriate clothing and board buses to their designated locations. Izuku's card assigned him to Battle Center B. As he boarded the appropriate bus, he mentally reviewed his strategy. The law of time would give him a significant advantage today, not just in defeating robots, but potentially in handling unexpected scenarios. Upon arrival at Battle Center B, examinees gathered before an enormous gate leading into a mock cityscape. Izuku positioned himself at the front of the crowd, as close to the gate as permitted, his body relaxed but ready to move instantly. He took a deep breath, focusing on the law of time flowing through. Today, he would show the results of his years of preparation. 𝗵𝘃𝗃's voice suddenly boomed from speakers mounted on the walls. Right, let's start. Get moving. There's no countdown in real battles. Run, 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 listeners. The gates began to slide open with a mechanical groan. The moment the opening was wide enough for him to slip through, Izuku activated his quirk. Time stop, he whispered, and the world froze around him. The other examinees appeared as statues, some mid-step, others with expressions of confusion still forming on their faces. The ambient sounds ceased, replaced by an eerie silence broken only by Izuku's breathing and footsteps. He sprinted into the battle center, knowing his 5-minute limit had begun counting down. In the frozen tableau of the mock city, he quickly identified his targets: villain robots waiting in strategic positions, currently motionless like everything else. Approaching the first robot, a one-pointer designed to look like a scorpion, Izuku didn't waste energy destroying it immediately. Instead, he examined its construction, identifying weak points in the armor plating and joint mechanisms. With precise application of his temporal manipulation, Izuku accelerated the metal at these weak points through time, rusting and deteriorating the components until they crumbled. The robot, still frozen in time, was now compromised in multiple critical areas. Moving methodically through the battle center, Izuku repeated this process with robot after robot, advancing the timeline of vital components until they failed, setting up chain reactions that would trigger the moment time resumed. For larger robots, he applied more creative solutions, using his knowledge of physics combined with temporal manipulation. For a 3-pointer tank-like robot, he accelerated time for the ammunition in its weapons system, causing it to detonate while still inside the robot's chassis. For another, he aged the lubricant in its hydraulic systems, ensuring it would seize up immediately upon activation. As his mental timer approached the 4-minute mark, Izuku had sabotaged 23 robots, a mix of 1, 2, and 3 pointers totaling 45 points. With 1 minute of stop time remaining, he positioned himself strategically in the center of the battle area, ready to capitalize on the chaos that would ensue when time resumed. "Time resume," he commanded, and the world lurched back into motion. The effect was spectacular. Throughout the battle center, robots collapsed simultaneously, metal groaning as aged components gave way, internal systems shorting out as deteriorated wiring failed, and several explosions echoing as ammunition detonated prematurely. The other examinees, having just entered the battle center, stared in confusion at the robots inexplicably falling to pieces before they could even engage them. "What the hell?" a spiky-haired boy exclaimed. "Did someone take them all out already?" "How is that possible?" another student wondered aloud. "We just got here." President Mick's voice boomed over the speakers. "What's this? Somebody's already racking up points. That's what I call a promising hero start. The rest of you better move it. There are plenty more villains to defeat." Taking advantage of the momentary confusion, Izuku dashed further into the mock city. Now that time had resumed, he shifted tactics, using quick bursts of time manipulation rather than a full stop, which would drain his stamina too quickly for repeated use. When he encountered a two-pointer robot preparing to attack, Izuku didn't break stride. With a focused thought, he simply reversed the robot's timeline by several seconds, causing it to repeat its startup sequence and giving him the opening to target its exposed central processor. One precise strike, and the robot crumpled. For the next several minutes, Izuku continued this pattern, using minimal applications of his time manipulation to gain tactical advantages against the robots, striking with precision rather than brute force, and steadily accumulating points. By the 7-minute mark, according to the countdown clock visible on digital displays throughout the battle center, Izuku had amassed an impressive 78 points. He decided this was sufficient and climbed to the roof of a nearby building to observe the remaining action, allowing other examinees their opportunity to score points. From his vantage point, Izuku watched the chaotic scene below. Some students were performing admirably, a girl with vines for hair deftly immobilized robots, while a boy who appeared to be manipulating hardened skin smashed through villain machines with impressive strength. Others struggled, either from quirks less suited to direct combat or from poor tactical decisions. Izuku made mental notes on different fighting styles and quirk applications, always analyzing and learning. As the 8-minute mark approached, a tremendous rumbling shook the entire battle center. Buildings swayed, and a massive shadow fell across the mock city streets. The zero-pointer had arrived. It was enormous, easily 10 stories tall, with treads that crushed smaller buildings beneath it and multiple arms equipped with various weapons. Examinees scattered before it, abandoning potential points in favor of safety, exactly as President Mike had suggested they should. Izuku prepared to leap down from his perch and join the retreat when a cry for help caught his attention. Near the zero-pointer's path, the girl with rosy cheeks he'd noticed earlier was trapped beneath fallen debris, directly in the robot's path. Without hesitation, Izuku activated time stop once more. In the frozen moment, he leapt from the building, using his momentum to carry him toward the trapped girl. Upon reaching her, he carefully assessed the situation. Her leg was pinned beneath a concrete slab, not heavy enough to cause severe damage but certainly enough to trap her. Working quickly, Izuku applied temporal manipulation to the concrete, accelerating small sections until they crumbled, creating space to free the girl's leg. With careful movements, he lifted her clear of the debris and carried her to a safe distance from the zero-pointer's path. Before resuming time, Izuku turned his attention to the massive robot. Though it was worth no points, its current trajectory would endanger more examinees and potentially cause excessive damage to the battle center infrastructure. With strategic precision, Izuku applied intense temporal acceleration to key structural points throughout the robot's massive frame, its central processing unit, primary hydraulic lines, power core connections, and critical joint mechanisms. He aged these components decades forward in their timeline, pushing them well beyond their operational lifespan. Satisfied with his work, and aware that his stamina for time manipulation was nearly depleted, Izuku released his hold on time. Time resume. The world jolted back into motion. The girl he'd rescued gasped in surprise at suddenly finding herself away from danger. Around them, other examinees continued fleeing from the zero-pointer, unaware of what was about to happen. For a moment, the giant robot continued its advance. Then catastrophic failure cascaded through its systems. Its movements grew erratic as joints seized and hydraulics failed. Internal components, now brittle with artificial age, shattered under operational stress. The power core, its containment compromised by deteriorated connections, overloaded. With a series of spectacular explosions rippling through its frame, the zero-pointer collapsed in on itself, its massive bulk crumbling like a sand castle at high tide. The examinees stopped running, turning in astonishment to witness the robot's spontaneous destruction. A stunned silence fell over the battle center, broken only by the residual sounds of falling metal and the distant alarms of damaged robot systems. "Are you okay?" Izuku asked the girl he'd rescued, offering his hand to help her stand. She stared at him with wide, brown eyes. "Why yes, thank you. But what happened?" "One second I was trapped, and the next, she looked over at the destroyed zero-pointer." "Did you do that?" Before Izuku could respond, President Mick's voice announced the end of the exam. "Time's up. The practical exam is officially concluded." As examinees gathered near the entrance, discussions broke out about the strange occurrences during the test, robots failing simultaneously at the beginning, and the zero-pointer's mysterious destruction. Several glances were directed at Izuku, some curious, others suspicious. Recovery Girl arrived to treat minor injuries. The girl Izuku had rescued introduced herself as Ochako Uraraka as Recovery Girl examined her leg. "Thank you again for saving me," she said earnestly. "Your quirk must be amazing. I didn't even see you move me." Izuku smiled. "I'm glad you're all right. It's what any hero would do." After ensuring all examinees were accounted for and treated for any injuries, they were directed back to the buses for return to the main campus. As Izuku exited Battle Center B, he found Todoroki waiting near the observation area exit. "That was quite a display," Todoroki commented as they fell into step together, heading back toward the main campus gates. "The teachers were very interested in your performance. I overheard some of their discussions." "Oh." Izuku raised an eyebrow. "What did they say?" "Most were trying to figure out exactly what your quirk is. The temporal manipulation wasn't immediately obvious to those unfamiliar with your abilities." A hint of amusement crossed Todoroki's face. Eraserhead seemed particularly intrigued. "He specifically mentioned wanting you in his class." Izuku's eyes widened. "Eraserhead? The underground hero? That's unexpected. How many points did you accumulate?" Todoroki asked. "Around 78 villain points, I think. I stopped actively hunting robots after that to give others a chance," Izuku replied. "How did your recommendation test go?" "It was challenging in different ways. More focused on quirk control and adaptability than combat prowess," Todoroki said. "I performed adequately." Izuku chuckled. "Which means you excelled. You never give yourself enough credit." As they reached the main gate, they parted ways once more, Todoroki to his home and Izuku to his. The entrance exam was complete, now came the waiting. "A week passed with no word from you?" Izuku maintained his training regimen, though at a slightly reduced intensity to allow his body proper recovery after the exam's exertion. Each day, he checked the mail with anticipation, only to be disappointed. Then finally it arrived. Izuku was at his desk, reviewing notes on his most recent law manifestation, when his mother knocked softly on his door. "Izuku." Inko called, her voice tinged with excitement. "There's something for you." She entered, holding an envelope bearing the official U seal. Izuku accepted it with steady hands, though his heart raced in his chest. "This is it," he said quietly. "Do you want me to leave you alone to open it?" Inko asked. Izuku shook his head. "No. Stay, please." He carefully broke the seal and opened the envelope. A small, disc-shaped device fell into his palm. Before he could examine it further, the device activated, projecting a hologram into the air above his desk. The form of All Might, the symbol of peace himself, materialized in the hologram. "I am here as a projection," the hero announced, his ever-present smile beaming down at them. "Young Midoriya, it is my privilege to inform you of your entrance exam results personally." Izuku and his mother exchanged surprised glances. All Might was delivering the results. First, the written examination. All Might continued. "You scored a perfect 100, completing the test in record time. The proctors were most impressed with your comprehensive knowledge and analytical abilities." All Might's projection gestured, and a scoreboard appeared beside him. "Now, for the practical examination. You earned 78 villain points through direct combat with the robotic opponents, an impressive showing that would have been sufficient for acceptance on its own." The scoreboard updated, displaying villain points, 78, next to Izuku's name. However, All Might's smile grew even wider. The practical exam was not solely focused on combat prowess. A hero course that rejects those who do the right thing is no hero course at all. For your selfless rescue of another examinee, placing yourself in harm's way with no regard for personal gain, you have been awarded 70 rescue points. The scoreboard updated again. Rescue points, 70. This brings your total to 148 points, breaking my own entrance exam record by a significant margin. All Might announced proudly. "Young Midoriya, welcome to your hero academia. You. High school will be the cradle of your hero journey, starting this April." 3 With a final thumbs up, the hologram flickered and disappeared, leaving Izuku and his mother in stunned silence. Inko began, tears welling in her eyes. "You did it." The reality sank in, and Izuku's face broke into a radiant smile. "I did it, Mom. I'm going to 𝗳𝗏𝗍𝗍." Inko threw her arms around her son, crying happy tears. "I'm so proud of you. So proud. Your father would be too if he could see you now." That evening, Inko prepared a celebratory feast, katsudon, Izuku's favorite, along with various side dishes and a small cake with "Congratulations, Hero" written in green icing. As they ate, Izuku recounted details of the exam that he hadn't shared previously, and they discussed what the future at U might hold. Plus, after dinner, Izuku stepped onto their small balcony, gazing at the stars above the city skyline. His phone buzzed with a message from Todoroki, a simple text that read, "Congratulations. Class 1A. Both of us." Izuku smiled, typing back, "Thanks. Looking forward to it. The real journey begins now." Slipping the phone back into his pocket, he took a deep breath of the cool night air. The entrance exam had been just the first step. U would present challenges far beyond anything he'd faced at Kiryu, but he was ready. The path to becoming the hero he'd always dreamed of being stretched before him, filled with possibilities. With the law of Archikinesis at his command and years of diligent preparation behind him, Izuku Midoriya was ready to write his own story in the annals of heroism. The future awaited, and it looked brighter than ever. The morning air was crisp as Izuku made his way to the train station, his new uniform pressed and pristine. Despite his excitement, he maintained his usual calm demeanor. Years of training and growth had given him a quiet confidence that didn't need to be announced. At the station platform, a familiar figure with dual-colored hair stood waiting. "Morning, Todoroki," Izuku greeted, falling into step beside his friend as the train arrived. "Midoriya," Todoroki nodded. "Ready for our first day as the students?" "Yeah, should be interesting," Izuku replied as they boarded. The train. Though I have to admit, it still feels a bit surreal. The train was filled with other students, some clearly first years like themselves, others upperclassmen with the confidence that came from experience. Conversations buzzed around them about upcoming classes, favorite heroes, and speculation about what their first day would bring. "Any idea what law you have today?" Todoroki asked quietly. Izuku nodded slightly. "Lightning. Should make things interesting." "That's a powerful one," Todoroki observed. "Good for speed and precision." As the train pulled into their stop, they joined the stream of students heading toward the U campus. The sight that greeted them was breathtaking. A high school stood before them like a modern fortress of learning, its gleaming towers and interconnected buildings sprawling across acres of perfectly maintained grounds. Unlike traditional high schools, it was designed more like a college campus, with multiple specialized facilities connected by covered walkways. The main academic building rose 12 stories high, its glass facade reflecting the morning sun. Training grounds were visible in the distance, along with what appeared to be an entire mock city for practical exercises. "Pretty impressive," Izuku commented as they passed through the main entrance. The interior was equally magnificent, soaring ceilings, wide corridors lined with trophy cases displaying achievements from generations of hero students, and holographic displays showing real-time hero activity statistics from across the country. Following the building directory, they navigated through hallways bustling with students toward their assigned classroom. As they climbed to the appropriate floor, Izuku began to hear a familiar voice echoing down the corridor. "Remove your foot from that desk immediately. Such behavior is disrespectful to the upperclassmen who came before us and the craftsmen who made the desk." Izuku exchanged a glance with Todoroki. "That sounds like the examinee from the entrance exam, the one who questioned Present Mike." As they approached classroom 1A, the voice became clearer, belonging to the blue-haired boy who was now standing rigidly beside a desk, lecturing its occupant with animated hand gestures. "You're kidding me, right?" came the dismissive reply from a second, gruffer voice that made Izuku pause in the doorway. Turning to see who was being lectured, Izuku's eyes fell on a familiar spiky-haired blonde slouched in his seat with his feet deliberately propped on the desk. Katsuki Bakugo. Of course, Izuku thought, his expression remaining neutral. Should have expected this. The sight of his former tormentor didn't fill him with the dread it once would have. Instead, Izuku felt a kind of detached acknowledgement, like noting an obstacle in his path that would need to be navigated around. He and Todoroki entered the classroom and made their way toward the back, taking seats near the windows. The morning light streamed in, illuminating a room filled with students who would likely become some of Japan's next generation of heroes. Before they could fully settle in, Bakugo's head turned at the sound of familiar footsteps. His red eyes widened in shock before narrowing dangerously. "Well, well," Bakugo snarled, his voice carrying across the classroom as he stood up. "If it isn't Deku. Should have known you'd try to worm your way into you." Izuku turned to meet Bakugo's glare with calm, steady eyes. "Hello, Katsuki." The casual greeting, spoken without fear or anger, clearly threw Bakugo off balance. This wasn't the stammering, cowering boy he remembered. "Hello, Katsuki." Bakugo's hands started to spark as his temper flared. "What the hell is wrong with you, Deku? You think you're hot SHT now because you got into you? I just think there are more important things to worry about than whatever problem you have with me," Izuku replied evenly, turning back to organize his desk. The dismissive tone made Bakugo's eye twitch. "More important things? You little, is there a problem here?" A cheerful voice interrupted the tense exchange. Looking up, Izuku saw the brown-haired girl from the practical exam, Ochako Uraraka, standing nearby with a concerned expression. "Oh, Uraraka-san," Izuku said, his demeanor immediately becoming more polite. "No problem. Just saying hello to an old classmate." "You're the boy who saved me during the entrance exam." She beamed, her worry forgotten. "That was so amazing what you did to that zero-pointer. Your quirk must be incredibly powerful." "Zero-pointer." Bakugo's voice cut through Uraraka's praise like a blade. "You took down the zero-pointer." Izuku shrugged. It was in the way. The casual dismissal of what was clearly a significant feat only made Bakugo angrier. "Bullshit. That thing was massive. Your weak butt quirk couldn't. My quirk's gotten stronger," Izuku interrupted quietly, still not looking at Bakugo. "Things change." Before Bakugo could explode, literally, a gruff voice spoke from behind the teacher's desk, where a yellow sleeping bag was now visible on the floor. "If you're here to make friends, you can pack up your stuff now." The sleeping bag unzipped, revealing a disheveled man with long black hair and tired eyes. He stood slowly, looking completely out of place in the prestigious setting. "Welcome to U.S. Hero course," the man continued, his voice devoid of excitement. "I'm Shota Aizawa, your homeroom teacher." The classroom fell silent as students processed the appearance of their instructor, who looked more like he'd been sleeping rough than teaching at Japan's premier hero academy. "Right, let's get to it," Izuku said, pulling what appeared to be a gym uniform from his sleeping bag. "Put these on and head outside. We're doing a quirk apprehension test." "What about the entrance ceremony? The orientation?" Uraraka asked, voicing what many were thinking. Izuku's expression grew even more serious. "If you want to make it in this course, you'll have to go beyond plus ultra. I get to decide how this class is run. Understand?" 20 minutes later, Class 1A stood in their gym uniforms on one of 𝗳𝗏𝗃𝗧 outdoor training grounds. The facility was impressive: multiple tracks, throwing areas, pools, and equipment stations spread across what felt like several city blocks. Izuku explained the 8-test protocol: 50-meter dash, grip strength, standing long jump, repeated side steps, ball throw, sit-ups, seated toe touch, and distance run. "You'll be graded on all 8 events," he announced. "Whoever comes in last will be judged hopeless and expelled immediately." Shocked murmurs rippled through the group, but Izuku just nodded thoughtfully. "Makes sense. Real hero work doesn't give second chances." The tests began with the 50-meter dash. Izuku found himself paired with the blue-haired boy, Tenya Ida. He'd introduced himself as, who had engines in his calves. As they lined up at the starting line, Izuku felt electricity crackling through his nervous system. The moment the signal was given, he enhanced his muscle response with controlled electrical impulses, moving with lightning-fast reflexes to cover the distance in 2.97 seconds. "Incredible speed, Midoriya-kun," Ida called out after finishing his own impressive run at 3.4 seconds. Izuku nodded in acknowledgement but didn't make a big deal of the performance. It was just the first test. The grip strength test came next. Izuku used small electrical currents to stimulate his muscle fibers, maximizing their contraction force. His score was impressive without being completely unreasonable. For the standing long jump, he enhanced his leg muscles with precise electrical stimulation, launching himself an impressive distance while landing with perfect balance. During the repeated side steps, he observed his classmates' quirks in action while using lightning-enhanced reflexes to move with fluid precision. The girl with frog-like features had incredible agility, while a boy with multiple arms completed the exercise with impressive efficiency. Todoroki, as expected, performed consistently well across all events. Bakugo, meanwhile, was crushing every test with explosive fury, clearly trying to establish his 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗧𝗵. Each time he glanced over at Izuku's scores, his scowl deepened. Then came the ball throw. Bakugo stepped up first, winding up and releasing the ball with a massive explosion from his palm. "Die!" he screamed as the ball rocketed through the air. The result displayed on Izuku's device: 705. 2 meters. Several students gasped at the impressive distance. Bakugo smirked with satisfaction, shooting a challenging look at Izuku. When Izuku's turn came, he stepped into the throwing circle without fanfare. The softball felt normal in his hand as he prepared to demonstrate his ability. "Let's see what lightning can really do," he thought. Izuku wound up, and as the ball left his hand, he discharged a powerful bolt of electricity through it. The electromagnetic acceleration combined with his physical throw sent the ball hurtling through the air at tremendous speed, creating a visible trail of ionized air behind it. Izuku's device tracked the ball's trajectory for several long seconds before displaying the result: 1,247. 8 meters. Excited chatter broke out among the students as they processed the distance, nearly double Bakugo's explosive throw. "Oh, how did he throw it that far?" someone exclaimed. "Was that lightning he used?" Bakugo's face went through a series of expressions: shock, disbelief, and finally, explosive rage. "What the hell?" he roared, his hands sparking dangerously. "That's impossible. Deku can't. 𝗬𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗵." Bakugo screamed, launching himself toward Izuku with hands primed for an explosion. "There's no way you're weak but is stronger than me." His attack was stopped midair by white strips that bound his arms and legs, Izuku's capture weapon. "Stand down," Izuku commanded, his hair floating as his quirk activated. I'm getting tired of your childish behavior. Touch him again and you'll be expelled, no matter how much potential you have. Bakugo struggled against the restraints, his face twisted with fury. This isn't over, Deku. I don't know what happened to you, but I'm going to figure it out. Izuku just shrugged, unimpressed by the outburst. Sure, whatever. The casual dismissal only made Bakugo angrier, but Aizawa's glare kept him from making another move. The remaining tests proceeded with Izuku continuing to place well across all events. His lightning-enhanced reflexes gave him advantages in the sit-ups and seated toe touch, while the distance run became a showcase of enhanced endurance as he used controlled electrical 𝗬𝗵𝗃𝗀 to reduce muscle fatigue. When the final results were tallied, he had secured first place overall, with Todoroki coming in second and a girl named Momo Yaoyorozu taking third. And this was all a logical ruse, Aizawa announced as students began to worry about who would be expelled. Of course no one was going to be expelled. That was just a rational deception to make sure you gave it your all. Relief was visible on several faces as they processed this information. As the class was dismissed and students began changing back into their uniforms, the atmosphere was noticeably more relaxed. Small groups formed as classmates introduced themselves and discussed the day's events. That was incredible, Midoriya-kun. Uraraka bounded up to him with sparkling eyes. Your quirk is so cool. Is it some kind of electricity manipulation? Something like that, Izuku replied with a small smile. Your quirk's pretty impressive too. Zero gravity, right? Yep. Though I get pretty nauseous if I use it too much, she admitted with a sheepish grin. Ida approached, adjusting his glasses. Your performance today was exemplary, Midoriya-kun. That ball throw was most impressive. Might I ask about your training regimen? Just the usual stuff, Izuku said modestly. Running, strength training, quirk practice. As more classmates gathered around, curious about his abilities but not wanting to be pushy, Izuku answered questions politely but didn't elaborate much. He seemed content to let others talk about themselves. A boy with spiky red hair introduced himself as Kirishima, enthusiastically describing his hardening quirk. A girl with earphone jacks hanging from her earlobes, Jiro, mentioned her sound-based abilities. Even a boy who seemed incredibly nervous managed to stammer out that his quirk involved sticky spheres. Through it all, Todoroki observed quietly from nearby, occasionally adding brief comments but mostly just listening. The two of them had an easy, comfortable presence that didn't demand attention but somehow drew people in anyway. Bakugo, meanwhile, stood apart from the group, still seething but no longer openly hostile. He watched Izuku interact with their classmates with a mixture of confusion and grudging recognition that something fundamental had changed about his former victim. Later, as they rode the train home together, Todoroki asked, So, how was your first day as a student? Izuku considered the question, watching the city pass by through the train window. Pretty good, actually. The other students seem decent enough. Even if some of them are intense. Bakugo, you mean? Yeah. Though I guess I expected that. Izuku shrugged. He'll either figure out how to work with others or he won't. Not really my problem anymore. The classmates seem friendly, Todoroki observed. That Ida character is very enthusiastic about rules. And Uraraka seems nice. Kirishima too. Izuku smiled slightly. It's different from Kiryu. More casual, I guess. Less competitive pressure, maybe. Todoroki suggested. Could be. Or maybe everyone's just trying to figure each other out still. Izuku leaned back in his seat. Either way, it beats sitting through another boring orientation. Aizawa-sensei certainly has an unconventional teaching style. I kind of like it, Izuku admitted. No wasted time, no pretending everyone's equal when they're not. Just straight to business. As their train pulled into their stop, both students gathered their bags with quiet satisfaction. The first day at UA had gone well, new classmates met, abilities demonstrated, and a clear understanding established of where everyone stood. It was a solid foundation to build on. The morning sun streamed through the tall windows of classroom 1A, casting long shadows across the rows of desks. Students chatted animatedly about their weekend plans, hero rankings, and the latest news from the professional hero world. Did you guys see that takedown by Mount Lady yesterday? Kaminari asked excitedly, gesturing wildly with his hands. She totally saved that entire city block. Her collateral damage was pretty extensive though, Ida interjected, adjusting his glasses with precise movements. A true hero should minimize property destruction while maximizing civilian safety. 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗃𝗧 giggled at his serious expression. Sound like a textbook, Ida-kun. Near the back of the classroom, Izuku sat quietly, reviewing his hero analysis notes while half listening to his classmates' conversation. Today felt different. He could sense the law of gravity humming through his body, a familiar weight that seemed to make everything around him feel lighter by comparison. Gravity again, he murmured to himself, making a small notation in his notebook. Third time this month. The frequency is definitely increasing. Todoroki, seated beside him, glanced over. Same law as last Tuesday. Yeah. I'm starting to see patterns in the rotation. Some laws repeat more frequently as they stabilize. Izuku closed his notebook and looked toward the front of the class. Should make today's training interesting, whatever we're doing. Their conversation was interrupted by the familiar sound of a zipper, followed by the entrance of their disheveled homeroom teacher. Aizawa emerged from his sleeping bag like some kind of caterpillar, his hair even more unkempt than usual. All right, settle down, he said in his characteristic monotone. Today you'll be conducting combat training. And it'll be different from yesterday. The class immediately fell silent, anticipation crackling in the air like electricity. Today's training will be led by a 3-man team comprised of myself, All Might, and one other faculty member, Aizawa continued, his tired eyes scanning the classroom. This is real combat training, so don't expect to coast through it. Several students exchanged excited glances. Real combat training on their second day. This was exactly what they'd hoped for when they enrolled at you. The details will be explained by your other instructor, Aizawa said, moving toward his desk. Try not to die. Before anyone could process that ominous comment, the classroom door burst open with such force that it rattled on its hinges. I am here, boomed a familiar voice that made every student's heart skip a beat. Coming through the door like a normal person. One All Might struck his signature pose in the doorway, his cape billowing dramatically behind him despite the complete absence of wind. His smile was radiant enough to power half of Japan, and his presence filled the room with an almost tangible energy. The classroom erupted in excitement. Students jumped from their seats, pointing and shouting expressions of disbelief and joy. It's really All Might. He's actually our teacher. This is the best day ever. I can't believe he's here. However, not everyone was caught up in the hysteria. Izuku observed the scene with calm interest, taking mental notes about All Might's entrance technique and the way he commanded attention. Bakugo remained slouched in his seat, arms crossed, though his eyes tracked every movement. Todoroki sat perfectly still, his expression unreadable. Welcome to the most important class at 𝗬𝗏𝗃𝗧. All Might announced, striding to the front of the classroom with his characteristic swagger. Think of it as Hero 101. Here, you will learn the basics of being a pro hero and what it means to fight in the name of good. He gestured grandly toward the windows, where the sprawling 𝗬𝗏𝗃𝗧 campus was visible in all its glory. Today's lesson will be trial by fire. All Might continued, his voice carrying to every corner of the room. You'll be split into teams of good guys and bad guys and fight each other. Fight each other? Azui asked, raising her hand. Ribbit. Yes. And to do this properly, you'll need these. All Might produced a remote control from seemingly nowhere and clicked a button with theatrical flair. Immediately, numbered cases began emerging from slots built into the classroom walls, one for each student. The mechanical precision of the system was impressive, each case sliding out smoothly and stopping directly beside its designated student. Costumes made based on your quirk registration forms and requests you submitted before school started. All Might explained as students stared at their cases in wonder. After you change, meet me at ground beta. Yes, sir. The class responded in unison, grabbing their cases and heading toward the changing rooms. 20 minutes later, Class 1A reassembled at ground beta an impressive mock city complete with buildings, streets, and infrastructure designed to simulate urban hero work. The students looked drastically different in their hero costumes, each outfit reflecting their personality and quirk in unique ways. Iida appeared in high-tech armor that emphasized his speed-based abilities. 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏 wore a form-fitting suit designed to minimize drag during zero-gravity maneuvers. Kirishima's costume featured gear-like elements that complemented his hardening quirk. Each student had clearly put thought into their design. They say that clothes make the man, young people, and be sure to keep that in mind as you grow into heroes. 𝗬𝗏𝗃 declared, examining the assembled students with approval. From now on, you're all heroes. However, when 𝗬𝗏𝗃's gaze fell on Izuku, his expression shifted to one of genuine surprise and intrigue. Izuku stood somewhat apart from his classmates, and his costume was unlike anything the others wore. He was draped in a flowing, dark cloak that seemed to absorb light, its hood currently down to reveal his determined expression. But the most striking feature was the collection of cloth strands that flowed from his shoulders and back like ethereal ribbons. There were dozens of them, each roughly 3 feet long and moving with a life of their own as if stirred by an invisible breeze. Every strand was a different color, representing the various laws his quirk could manifest. Deep crimson for fire, ocean blue for water, rich brown for earth, silvery white for air, brilliant yellow for lightning, pale blue for ice, radiant gold for light, midnight black for darkness, deep purple for gravity, starry indigo for space, shimmering silver with clock motifs for time. The strands seemed to shimmer and shift in the light, creating an almost hypnotic effect. It was both appealing and intimidating, a visual representation of the vast potential contained within his quirk. Like this, very impressive, young Midoriya. 𝗬𝗏𝗃 boomed, though there was a thoughtful note in his voice. Your costume certainly makes a statement. Several classmates had stopped to stare, clearly impressed by the dramatic design. Whoa, Midoriya! Kirishima called out. That's one manly costume. All those colors are so cool. It's like you're wearing a rainbow, 𝗬𝗏𝗃𝗏 added with sparkling eyes. Even Bakugo, despite his scowl, seemed to be taking mental notes about the costume's implications. Now then, 𝗬𝗏𝗃 continued, directing everyone's attention back to the exercise. Let's begin. The situation is this. The villains have hidden a nuclear weapon somewhere in their hideout. The heroes must try to foil their plans. To do this, the good guys have 2 options: capture the villains or recover the weapon. The bad guys succeed if they protect their weapon for the entire time limit, or capture the heroes. He pulled out a set of lots from his utility belt. Time's a factor, and we'll choose teams by drawing lots. The process was quick and efficient. When the dust settled, the first match was determined. Team A heroes: Izuku Midoriya and Toru Hagakure. Team D villains: Katsuki Bakugo and Eijiro Kirishima. 𝗬𝗏𝗃 announced the matchup with his characteristic enthusiasm, but several students noticed the tension that immediately crackled in the air. Bakugo's expression darkened considerably when he heard Izuku's name. Deku, he growled under his breath, his hands already beginning to spark. The villains go in first to set up. 𝗬𝗏𝗃 announced. Heroes, you get a few minutes to formulate your strategy. And remember, no trying to seriously injure your opponent. I'm watching everything through the monitoring system. As Bakugo and Kirishima headed into the designated building, Izuku turned to his partner. Toru was difficult to address directly, given her invisible nature, but her floating gloves and boots made conversation possible. All right, Hagakure-san, Izuku said, his voice calm and analytical. I've got gravity manipulation today, which gives us some unique options. Ooh, that sounds useful. Toru's voice was bright with enthusiasm. What's the plan? Izuku studied the building, a 5-story structure with multiple entry points and windows. Here's what I'm thinking. I'll use my gravity control to launch you directly to the upper floors. You can enter through a window and work your way down, while I go in through the ground floor and work my way up. We'll catch them in a pincer movement. Launch me. Like really launch me. There was a hint of nervousness in Toru's voice. Don't worry, I'll control your descent on the other side. The key is that you'll need to locate and distract Kirishima while I handle Bakugo. His quirk is more dangerous in enclosed spaces, so I want to deal with him quickly. Got it? I can definitely handle distraction duty. But remember, the objective is either to touch the weapon or capture both villains. If you can secure the weapon while I'm dealing with Bakugo, we win immediately. As they finalized their strategy, All Might's voice boomed across the training ground. Heroes, you may now enter the building. Izuku immediately activated his gravity manipulation, creating a localized field around Toru. Ready. Ready, she confirmed. With precise control, Izuku launched his invisible partner toward the 4th floor of the building, her trajectory carefully calculated to bring her to a window that would provide optimal access to the upper floors. Then, moving with quiet confidence, Izuku approached the building's main entrance. His cloak billowed around him as he stepped inside, the colorful strands on his back seeming to glow with anticipation. The interior was designed to simulate an office building with corridors, stairwells, and multiple rooms. Izuku began climbing the stairs methodically, his footsteps deliberately audible. He wanted Bakugo to know he was coming. He didn't have to wait long. After climbing just 2 flights of stairs, a familiar roar echoed through the building. "Deku!" The sound came from above, followed by the thunderous footsteps of someone taking the stairs 3 at a time. Izuku positioned himself in the stairwell and waited. Bakugo appeared on the landing above, his gauntlet-enhanced costume making him look even more aggressive than usual. His face was twisted with rage, and small explosions were already crackling between his fingers. "I've been waiting for this, you piece of—" Bakugo snarled, launching himself down the stairs. Just as predictably as Izuku had anticipated, Bakugo led with a right hook, his signature opening move, telegraphed from miles away. Izuku sidestepped effortlessly, the punch missing his face by inches. "Still starting with the same moves, I see." 2 before Bakugo could recover, Izuku activated his gravity manipulation. Bakugo suddenly found himself caught in a localized gravitational field, pulled away from the stairwell and into the open space of the corridor. "What the hell?" Bakugo shouted as he was dragged through the air, spinning helplessly as Izuku manipulated the gravitational forces around him. Izuku made Bakugo orbit around him like a satellite, spinning faster and faster before suddenly reversing the gravity field and slamming him into the floor. The impact was solid but not devastating enough to disorient, not enough to seriously injure. "You've gotten predictable, Kaken," Izuku said calmly, watching as Bakugo struggled to his feet. "Predictable." Bakugo spat, wiping BLD from his lip. "I'll show you predictable." He launched himself forward with explosive propulsion, but Izuku was ready. This time, he didn't hold back. With a gesture that seemed almost casual, Izuku increased the gravitational force around Bakugo exponentially. The result was immediate and brutal. Bakugo was driven into the floor with tremendous force, his body creating a visible dent in the reinforced concrete. "Bring back any memories?" Izuku asked, his voice carrying a cold edge that hadn't been there before. "'Cause it sure does for me." The reference was unmistakable, a callback to years of being slammed against lockers, pressed into the ground, made to feel small and powerless. Now the positions were reversed. Bakugo's eyes went wide with shock and rage. "DMNU, Deku. Just because you've gotten stronger doesn't mean you're stronger than me." He tried to push himself up, explosions detonating from his palms as he fought against the crushing gravitational field. But Izuku wasn't done. "Stay down," Izuku said, increasing the pressure even further. When Bakugo continued to struggle, Izuku shifted tactics. He suddenly reversed the gravity around his former tormentor, launching him upward with tremendous force. Bakugo crashed into the ceiling hard enough to crack the reinforced material, then was immediately pulled back down and slammed into the floor again. Up and down, Izuku bounced Bakugo between the floor and ceiling like a ragdoll, each impact more jarring than the last. "Stop playing with me." Bakugo gasped between impacts, his explosions growing weaker as he became more disoriented. On the final upward trajectory, however, Bakugo managed to use his explosions to adjust his position, lessening the impact when he hit the ceiling and using the detonations to control his descent somewhat. As he fell, his eyes locked onto one of his massive gauntlets, specifically the grenade-shaped pin attached to it. His expression shifted from rage to desperate determination. "This ends now," Bakugo roared, reaching for the pin. From the monitoring room, All Might's voice crackled through the speakers. "Young Bakugo, don't do it. You'll kill him." But Bakugo was beyond reason. Years of resentment, confusion, and wounded pride had built to this moment. He pulled the pin. The explosion was massive, a concentrated blast of nitroglycerin-like sweat that turned the entire corridor into a hell's cape of fire and destructive force. The walls cracked, the ceiling partially collapsed, and debris filled the air like deadly shrapnel. But Izuku didn't even flinch. As the explosion expanded outward, Izuku created a localized gravity well in the corner of the corridor, a miniature black hole that pulled the blast's energy and debris away from him. The flames, the force, the shrapnel, all of it was drawn into the gravitational singularity and contained. When the smoke cleared, Izuku stood completely unharmed, his cloak settling around him as the gravity well dissipated harmlessly. "Is that all?" he asked, his voice carrying clearly through the devastation. Bakugo stared in disbelief, his costume torn and his body battered from his own explosion's reflected force. "That's impossible. Nothing's impossible if you understand the laws that govern reality," Izuku replied. His palms. Nearly every hand in the class shot up, voices overlapping as students made their cases. The classroom erupted into a cacophony of competing claims and boasts about leadership qualities. Ida stood up sharply, his arm cutting through the air in a precise motion. "Everyone please. This is hardly the democratic process befitting future heroes." His voice carried over the chaos, commanding attention through sheer conviction. "I propose we conduct a proper election. Everyone should write their choice on a piece of paper, place it in a ballot box, and we'll count the votes fairly. The only rule is that you cannot vote for yourself." The classroom gradually quieted as students considered this proposal. "That's actually fair," Kirishima admitted, scratching his head. "Yeah, I can get behind that," 𝗬𝗏 agreed. "Fine by me," Jiro said with a shrug. Aizawa watched the proceedings with mild interest, seemingly content to let the students handle the democratic process themselves. "You have 5 minutes," he said simply. Ida quickly procured a small cardboard box from his desk supplies, while Yaoyorozu created small paper slips for everyone using her quirk. The voting process was surprisingly orderly, with each student taking their time to consider their choice before dropping their folded paper into the makeshift ballot box. When the counting was finished, Ida stood at the front of the class with the results. "The votes have been tallied," he announced formally. "With 7 votes, Midoriya Izuku will be our class president. With 4 votes, Yaoyorozu Momo will serve as vice president." A mixture of congratulations and good-natured groans filled the classroom. Izuku felt his stomach drop as all eyes turned to him. The weight of expectation and responsibility settled on his shoulders like a heavy cloak. Wait," Izuku said, standing up slowly and raising his hand. His voice was uncertain, almost apologetic. "I really appreciate everyone's confidence in me, I do, but I don't think I'm the right person for this job." The classroom fell silent, surprise evident on many faces. "The thing is," Izuku continued, his voice growing steadier as he found his reasoning, "being class president comes with a lot of responsibilities that require constant attention to administrative details and social coordination. I'm more of a I like to focus on training and improvement. I wouldn't want to let everyone down because I'm not great with that kind of leadership responsibility." He turned to face Ida directly. "Ida, you're the one who organized this whole election process. You're already showing the kind of leadership and organizational skills a class president needs. I'd like to willingly transfer my position to you, if that's okay with everyone." Ida's eyes widened behind his glasses, clearly moved by the gesture. "Midoriya, are you certain?" "Absolutely," Izuku said with a genuine smile. "You'll do a much better job than I would." The class murmured their agreement, and even Bakugo grudgingly nodded. "Whatever, that. Just don't come crying to me when Four Eyes starts making us do morning whatever." "Then it's settled," Aizawa said, checking his watch. "Ida is class president, Yaoyorozu is vice president. Now get changed into your hero costumes and get on the bus." We're leaving in 10 minutes. The students filed out to change into their hero costumes, the excitement palpable as they discussed the upcoming training. Outside, a large bus waited for them. Ida immediately took charge, clipboard in hand. Everyone, please form a single file line. We'll board in an orderly fashion. Ida began, but stopped short when he saw the bus's layout. Unlike a traditional school bus with rows of seats, this one had seats facing each other along the sides. Well, this is awkward, Kirishima laughed as they all piled in and found seats wherever they could. As the bus pulled away from UA, the students settled into comfortable conversation. The excitement of their first real rescue training exercise had everyone in high spirits. Hey, 𝗵𝗃 said suddenly, I've been wondering about this for a while. Who do you guys think is the strongest student in our class? That's easy, Kirishima said immediately. Midoriya for sure. I mean, his quirk is so versatile it's almost unfair. You never know what to expect from him. Definitely Midoriya, Mina agreed. I've seen him in training. It's like he has a dozen different quirks rolled into one. His analytical ability is just as impressive as his power, Yaoyorozu added thoughtfully. He can adapt to any situation almost instantly. Todoroki glanced at Izuku, who was looking increasingly uncomfortable with the attention. Midoriya's strength isn't just in his quirk, he said quietly. It's in how he uses it. Okay, Izuku said, waving his hands dismissively, his cheeks slightly red. But who do you think is second strongest? This question sparked immediate debate. Has to be Bakugo, 𝗬𝗪 said. His explosions are incredibly powerful, and he's got the combat experience to back it up. I don't know, 𝗎𝗪 mused. Todoroki's quirk is pretty incredible too. Fire and ice. That's like having two quirks in one. Bakugo's more aggressive though, 𝗵𝗃 pointed out. Todoroki holds back sometimes. The debate continued for several minutes, with valid points being made for various classmates. Finally, Izuku spoke up. Actually, he said, his voice cutting through the discussion, Todoroki and I had a one-on-one sparring match a few weeks ago. We ended up tying. The bus went quiet for a moment before exploding into excited chatter. Really? Mina exclaimed. Todoroki, that's amazing. You kept up with Midoriya. A tie. Kirishima looked impressed. Man, that must have been an incredible fight to watch. Todoroki's expression remained calm, but there was a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. It was educational, he said simply. You're both monsters, 𝗵𝗃 said with good-natured envy. The rest of us are just trying not to embarrass ourselves, and you two are having legendary battles. 3. Shut up. Aizawa's voice cut through the chatter as the bus came to a stop. We're here. The unforeseen simulation joint was even more impressive in person than in the research materials Izuku had studied. The massive dome-like structure stretched out before them, and through the transparent walls, they could see glimpses of the various training environments within. As they filed off the bus and approached the entrance, Izuku found himself analyzing the building's construction and the visible training zones. His mind was already racing with possibilities for how his wind manipulation could be applied in each environment. The entrance doors slid open automatically, and they were greeted by a figure in a bulky white and space suit. Hello, everyone. The hero's voice was warm and enthusiastic. I'm 13, the space hero, and welcome to the USJ. Oh my gosh. Uraraka practically bounced with excitement. It's really 13. I'm like your biggest fan ever. Your rescue work is so inspiring, and your quirk applications for disaster relief are just incredible, and thank you, 13 said kindly, clearly pleased by the enthusiasm. That means a lot to hear from a future hero. Aizawa stepped forward, his expression businesslike. 13, where's All Might? He was supposed to meet us here. Ah, about that, 13 said, holding up 3 fingers. All Might used up his limit for the morning. Stepping forward through the debris. And I understand them better than anyone. Having had enough of the confrontation, Izuku reached out with his gravity manipulation one final time. Bakugo was pulled forward helplessly, unable to resist the force. As he flew through the air, Izuku drew back his fist and delivered a perfectly timed punch to Bakugo's face. The impact was clean and decisive. Bakugo's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the floor, unconscious. "This is for all the times you made me feel powerless," Izuku said quietly, looking down at his defeated former tormentor. Using strips of fabric from the debris, Izuku quickly tied up the unconscious Bakugo. Then, activating his communicator, he contacted his partner. "Hagakure-san, what's your status?" "I've got eyes on the weapon." Toru's voice crackled through the device. "Kirishima's guarding it, but he looks worried about all those explosions." "I'm coming up. Keep him distracted." Izuku made his way to the upper floors, following the sound of Toru's voice and Kirishima's confused responses to fighting an invisible opponent. When he arrived at the room containing the mock nuclear weapon, he found Kirishima spinning around frantically, his hardened skin activated as he tried to track an enemy he couldn't see. "Where are you?" Kirishima shouted, swinging his arms at empty air. "Right here," Izuku said from the doorway. Kirishima spun around, relief flooding his face. "Midoriya. Man, am I glad to see you. Your partner's been dash." "Sorry, Kirishima," Izuku interrupted, "but this is as far as you go." Before Kirishima could react, Izuku created a gravity field that gently but firmly pressed him against the wall, not harmful but completely immobilizing. "Heroes win," Toru announced cheerfully, her gloved hand touching the mock weapon. When both teams returned to the monitoring room, the atmosphere was noticeably different. Bakugo was being wheeled away on a stretcher, still unconscious, heading for Recovery Girl's office. The other students watched in stunned silence as the implications of what they'd witnessed settled in. All Might's expression was serious as he addressed the class. Well, that was quite a demonstration. Despite the excessive force displayed, the hero team achieved a decisive victory. Now, who can tell me who the MVP of this exercise was? Several hands shot up immediately. "Midoriya-kun." Yaoyorozu called out. His strategy was flawless, and his execution was decisive. But what about his teamwork? All Might pressed. Young Midoriya, while effective, spent most of the exercise engaged in single combat. What does that suggest? Ida raised his hand. A true hero should prioritize the mission over personal conflicts. While Midoriya-kun's victory was impressive, his focus on Bakugo-kun could have jeopardized the objective. Excellent observation, Ida-kun. And what about the villain team? Why did they lose? Bakugo got emotional. Kirishima admitted sheepishly. "I should have stayed with him, but when I heard all those explosions, I got worried about the weapon instead of supporting my partner." "And what about young Bakugo's final gambit?" All Might asked, his voice carrying a warning tone. The class fell silent. Everyone had seen the massive explosion, and everyone understood how dangerous it had been. That big explosion could have killed Midoriya-kun, Azui pointed out bluntly. "That's not very heroic, 𝗵𝗃𝗏." Indeed, All Might agreed gravely. In a real scenario, such reckless endangerment would be grounds for immediate license suspension. Heroes must always remember that the protection of life, including their opponents' lives, is paramount. He turned to address the entire class. "This exercise has shown us several important lessons. First, personal conflicts have no place in professional hero work. Second, emotional control is just as important as quirk control. Third, strategy and teamwork will often triumph over raw power." One All Might's gaze swept across the assembled students. The path to becoming a true hero is long and difficult. You must be prepared to face not just external threats, but your own limitations, emotions, and relationships. Today was just the beginning. As the class filed out of the monitoring room, discussions erupted about the match they'd witnessed. Some students were excited by the display of power, others were concerned about the level of violence, and all were processing the complex dynamics they'd observed. Izuku walked quietly among them, his colorful cloak trailing behind him. The confrontation with Bakugo had been cathartic in some ways, but he knew it was far from over. If anything, it had only established new parameters for their relationship. But for now, he was content to focus on the future. You had provided him with exactly what he'd hoped for, a place where he could grow stronger, learn from the best, and take concrete steps toward his ultimate goal. Plus, the path to becoming the greatest hero was long, but today had proven he was ready to walk it. The morning sun filtered through the classroom windows as Izuku stepped through the doorway of Class 1A, his bag slung casually over his shoulder. The familiar buzz of pre-class chatter filled the air as students settled into their seats, discussing weekend training sessions and upcoming assignments. Sliding into his seat next to Todoroki, Izuku was greeted by his friend's characteristic calm expression, though there was a hint of curiosity in his 𝗧𝗪𝗎𝗄𝗏𝗏 eyes. "Morning, Midoriya," Todoroki said quietly, glancing around to make sure no one was listening too closely. "What's your law today?" Izuku stretched slightly, feeling the familiar sensation of wind currents responding to his presence. "Wind," he replied with a small smile. "I can feel every air current in the room right now. It's actually pretty relaxing." One Todoroki nodded thoughtfully. "That's going to be useful for today. We're going to the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, the USJ for short." "Yeah, I did a little research on that place," Izuku said, his analytical mind already running through the possibilities. "Turns out it has a whole bunch of different terrains and environments. It's basically designed for rescue training mostly, and learning how to control your quirk in various challenging situations. There's a flood zone, a landslide zone, a conflagration zone." "Well, that's useful information to have," Todoroki replied, impressed but not surprised by his friend's thoroughness. "Your wind abilities should work well in most of those environments." "Yeah, I know, right? I can already think of dozens of applications." Izuku began, but was interrupted as the classroom door slid open with more force than necessary. Aizawa-sensei entered, his perpetually tired expression somehow managing to look even more exhausted than usual. His sleeping bag was tucked under one arm, and his dark hair hung messily around his face as he surveyed the class with his trademark deadpan stare. "All right, settle down," Aizawa said, though the class was already relatively quiet. "As I mentioned yesterday, today we'll be going to the USJ for rescue training. But first," he paused, his gaze sweeping across the room, "you need to pick a class president." The reaction was immediate and chaotic. "Me. I want to do it," Kaminari shouted, jumping up from his seat. "I'd be perfect for the job," Mina called out, waving her hand enthusiastically. "Obviously, I'm the best choice here," Bakugo growled, small explosions popping from. During another case, "He's resting back at the school." Aizawa sighed deeply. "That man has no concept of time management. Well, we'll proceed without him. 13 if you would." "Of course." 13 gestured toward the massive training facility spread out before them. "Welcome to the Unforeseen Simulation Joint. This facility was designed to prepare heroes for any type of disaster scenario they might encounter in the field." The students gasped in awe as they took in the scope of the facility. Multiple distinct zones were visible: a flood zone with partially submerged buildings, a landslide zone with rocky terrain and debris, a conflagration zone with controlled fires, and several others. "Over there is the shipwreck zone for water rescues," 13 continued, pointing to each area in turn. "The landslide zone for natural disaster response, the conflagration zone for fire emergencies, and many others. Each zone presents unique challenges that will test not just your quirks, but your judgment, teamwork, and rescue instincts." Izuku's mind was already racing with tactical applications. The wind currents would behave differently in each zone. The conflagration zone would have thermal updrafts, the flood zone would have moisture affecting air density, the landslide zone would have debris creating turbulence. "Now, before we begin," 13 continued, "I want to talk to you about quirks and their potential for harm. My black hole quirk can SCK up anything and turn it to dust. It's saved many lives in rescue situations, but it could just as easily kill someone if I'm not careful." The mood became more serious as 13's words sank in. "Many of your quirks have similar potential. In rescue situations, the line between saving and harming can be incredibly thin. Today is about learning to use your abilities responsibly and effectively to help people, not about showing off or competing with each other." "That's an important lesson," Ida said seriously, adjusting his glasses. "Now then," 13 said, "shall we begin?" "Wow," Kirishima interrupted, squinting toward one of the zones. They even got fake villains for this exercise. That's so realistic. Everyone turned to look where he was pointing. At the central fountain area, a dark purple mist was beginning to form, and shadowy figures were emerging from it. Aizawa and 13 immediately tensed, their casual demeanor evaporating. Those aren't fake villains, Aizawa said grimly, his capture weapon already beginning to float around his shoulders. Everyone to get back. 13, start evacuating the students. But Aizawa-sensei Izuku started. Now! Aizawa shouted, already leaping down toward the villains. These are real villains. This is not a drill. Panic began to ripple through the students as the reality of the situation hit them. More and more villains were pouring out of the purple mist, spreading throughout the facility's various zones. Everyone stay calm. 13 called out, but even as the words left their mouth, they were moving toward the exit. We need to evacuate immediately. But as they reached the entrance doors, they found them sealed shut. The electronic locks had been overridden, trapping them inside the facility. The doors won't open. Sato called out, throwing his shoulder against them unsuccessfully. That's when Izuku saw it. The dark purple mist wasn't just a method of villain transportation. It was expanding, creeping toward their group with obvious malicious intent. Without hesitation, Izuku stepped forward and raised his hands. The law of wind responded to his call, and the air around them began to move. What started as a gentle breeze quickly intensified, growing stronger and more focused with each passing second. Everyone get behind me! Izuku shouted over the growing wind. The tornado that formed around their group was unlike anything his classmates had seen before. It wasn't chaotic or destructive, it was controlled, precise, creating a perfect barrier of swirling air that kept them safe while pushing back the encroaching purple mist. The dark fog 𝗵𝗃𝗃 found his mist being scattered and dispersed by the powerful air currents, unable to maintain the cohesion needed for his warp quirk. Impossible, came a raspy voice from the mist. A mere student shouldn't be able to dash. Izuku didn't let him finish. Concentrating his power, he created a concentrated blast of compressed air, essentially a cannonball of pure wind pressure, and launched it directly at the steel entrance doors. The impact was tremendous. The reinforced doors, designed to withstand significant force, buckled and then burst open completely, torn from their hinges and sent flying across the entrance plaza. Ida! Izuku called out, maintaining the tornado barrier while speaking quickly. I need you to run back to UA as fast as you can. Get backup teachers, pro-heroes, anyone who can help. But I can't leave you all. Ida protested. You're the class president now, Izuku said firmly, his eyes blazing with determination. This is a presidential decision. Get help and make sure the other students get to safety. Ida's expression hardened with resolve. Understood. Everyone else, evacuate now. As his classmates reluctantly began to file through the destroyed entrance, Izuku turned to 13. I'm going to help Aizawa-sensei. Absolutely not. 13 said immediately. You're a student. You need to evacuate with the others. With respect, 13, Izuku said, already moving toward the stairs leading down to the central plaza. Aizawa-sensei is outnumbered at least 50-1. I can't just run away when I have the power to help. Before 13 could stop him, Izuku launched himself into the air using his wind manipulation, flying toward the main battle. Down in the central plaza, Aizawa was fighting magnificently but was clearly being overwhelmed. His capture weapon whipped through the air, binding villains and using his erasure quirk to neutralize their abilities, but there were simply too many of them. Izuku landed HRD on the plaza floor, immediately assessing the tactical situation. Dozens of villains surrounded Aizawa, with more pouring in from the various training zones. At the center of it all stood a figure with pale blue hair and hands covering his body, clearly the leader. New player, the hand-covered villain Shigaraki rasped. How exciting! I wonder what happens when I touch dash. He never got to finish the sentence. Izuku had identified the greatest threat and acted immediately. Using his wind manipulation with surgical precision, he created a vacuum around Shigaraki's head, not enough to cause permanent damage, but enough to make breathing impossible. Shigaraki's eyes widened in shock and panic as he clawed at his throat, unable to draw breath. Within seconds, he collapsed unconscious. "𝗵𝗵𝗃𝗧!" Kurojire's voice echoed from across the plaza. The mist villain immediately began moving toward his unconscious leader, but Izuku was ready for this too. With Shigaraki down, Izuku expanded his technique, creating multiple air pockets, or rather, vacuum pockets around the heads of groups of villains throughout the plaza. It was incredibly demanding, requiring precise control to ensure he was cutting off their air supply without actually killing them, but the effect was immediate and devastating. Villains began dropping left and right, unconscious but alive. Those who were still standing found themselves disoriented and struggling to breathe, making them easy targets for Aizawa's capture weapon. "What the hell is this kid?" one villain gasped before succumbing to oxygen deprivation. Kurojire managed to reach Shigaraki and wrapped both of them in his mist. "This isn't over," came his voice from the swirling darkness. "The symbol of peace will fall." And then they were gone, warped away to safety. With their leaders fled and most of their numbers unconscious, the remaining villains quickly lost their will to fight. Some tried to run, but found themselves caught in Izuku's air currents and gently deposited on the ground, unconscious. Within minutes, the entire plaza was filled with unconscious villains and the sound of Izuku's heavy breathing as he released his techniques. "Midoriya!" Aizawa called out, running over to where the student was now kneeling, clearly exhausted from the sustained use of his quirk. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Izuku panted, slowly getting back to his feet. "Just used a lot of energy." "Are you hurt, sensei?" Aizawa looked around at the dozens of unconscious villains scattered throughout the plaza, then back at his student. "You did this. All of them." "I couldn't let them hurt you," Izuku said simply. "You were outnumbered." The sound of the main doors being torn open echoed through the facility as All Might, accompanied by several other pro-heroes, burst into the UA. "Where are the villains?" All Might's voice boomed across the space, but he stopped short when he saw the scene before him. Dozens of unconscious villains were scattered throughout the central plaza, with Aizawa and Izuku standing in the middle of it all, both clearly exhausted but unharmed. "Well," said a familiar voice as Midnight stepped up beside All Might, "this is unexpected." Present Mike whistled low. "Kid really did a number on them, didn't he?" All Might approached Izuku and Aizawa, his expression serious. "Are either of you injured?" "We're fine," Aizawa replied, though he was clearly favoring his left arm. Midoriya neutralized most of the villains before they could do any real damage. All Might's gaze settled on Izuku, who was still catching his breath. "Young Midoriya, what exactly did you do here?" "I used my wind manipulation to create localized air pressure changes," Izuku explained, his analytical mind already breaking down the techniques he'd used. "Essentially, I created vacuum pockets around their heads to cut off their oxygen supply. It's non-lethal but effective for incapacitation." "That's..." All Might paused, clearly impressed despite himself. "That's incredibly advanced quirk control for someone your age." "It was also incredibly dangerous," Aizawa said sternly, turning to face his student. "Midoriya, what you did was reckless and violated multiple protocols. You engaged real villains without authorization. You could have seriously injured or killed someone if your control had slipped even slightly, and you put yourself in mortal danger." Izuku's shoulders slumped. "I know, I'm sorry." "However," Aizawa continued, his tone softening slightly, "you also saved my life, protected your classmates, and neutralized a serious threat with minimal collateral damage. Your tactical thinking was sound, your execution was flawless, and your intentions were heroic." He placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder. "I'm going to let this slide this time because of the exceptional circumstances, but don't ever do something like this again without proper authorization. Understood?" "Yes, sensei," Izuku said quietly. "Good. Now let's get back to the school. The police will want statements from both of us." As the police finished collecting the unconscious villains and taking preliminary statements, the class regrouped at the bus. The mood was subdued but relieved. Everyone was safe, and the villains had been stopped. "Midoriya," Ida said as they settled into their seats, "I want to thank you. Your quick thinking with the doors allowed us to get help and evacuate safely. You did the hard part, Izuku replied. Running all the way back to UA at top speed couldn't have been easy. Still, Yaoyorozu added, your actions were incredibly brave. Taking on all those villains by yourself, I wasn't by myself, Izuku said, glancing toward Aizawa, who was sitting at the front of the bus looking tired but alert. Aizawa-sensei was handling most of them. I just helped even the odds a little. A little? Kaminari laughed, though there was admiration in his voice. Dude, you took out like 50 villains at once. The important thing, Todoroki said quietly, is that everyone is safe. As the bus pulled away from the USJ, heading back toward UA, Izuku stared out the window at the passing landscape. The day had started as a simple rescue training exercise and had turned into something much more serious. He thought about Shigaraki's words about the symbol of peace falling and wondered what other challenges lay ahead. But for now, he was content knowing that his friends were safe, and that when the moment had come to act, he'd been ready. The bus ride back to UA was quiet, each student lost in their own thoughts about what they'd experienced. But there was an underlying sense of unity, of having faced something dangerous together and come through it stronger. As they approached the school, Aizawa stood up and addressed the class. What happened today will be thoroughly investigated. You'll all be asked to give statements about what you saw and experienced. Remember that this information is confidential. Don't discuss it with students from other classes or post about it online. He paused, his gaze settling on each student in turn. You all handled yourselves well today. Better than I expected from first-year students. But this was also a wake-up call. The world of professional heroics is dangerous, and situations like this are what you'll face in the future. That's why we train, Izuku said quietly, but loud enough for the class to hear. So that when people need help, we're ready. Aizawa nodded approvingly. Exactly. As the bus pulled through UA's gates, the students could see other classes watching from the windows, clearly curious about what had happened. News of the incident would spread quickly, but for now, Class 1A had their own processing to do. The day that was supposed to be about rescue training had become something much more significant, their first real taste of what it meant to be heroes. And despite the danger, despite the fear, despite the chaos, they had all risen to meet the challenge. It was a lesson none of them would forget.